Anyway, anti-ICE shooter narratives fall apart after Ken Klippenstein interviews close friends. He milked it too much for my taste. He made like 10 posts about it. Yeah. Anyway, people are still mad at the FBI over Kirk shooter background. Megyn Kelly did a report on the Charlie Kirk Etsy curse. Yeah, I know. I already covered it. Yesterday. It was fucking awesome. Anti-ICE shooter narratives fall apart after Ken Klippenstein interviews close friends. People are still mad about the right wing. Still mad. Right wing still mad about the FBI at the FBI over Kirk shooter background. Kirk shooter investigation. Let's say the FBI is not having a good time. Hegseth calls all generals to VA. Palestine talks at the UN. What else? Trump Epstein defense. That's a big one too. Trump Epstein war room government shut down, and also Soros investigation. Get in now. Oh shit, that's too long. All right, I'm just gonna say get in now. www.twitch.tv/Hasanabi. Do we have a freaking blast off meme? Everybody, Yemen did some airstrikes in Israel as well. FIFA members in favor of banning Israel from European football next week. I know, European footy doing a fucking thing, yeah. Good news, but I'm skeptical. But this was thanks to the 972 expose. I know. Do you see Laura Loomer's asking Trump to deport you? Nice. Fall in New England has arrived. Okay, this makes me look bald as hell, dude. But whatever. Fuck it. I'll use it. Who cares? Make me bald. Go ahead. Make me balder than I actually am. Make me Baldur's Gate. Sticks and stones may hurt my bones, but words will never take me down. I don't know. But, you know, the way you depict my hairline in this photo does actually hurt. Okay, it's freaking Baldur's Gate in this goddamn chat, dude. God damn it. Look at that. Look at that hairline. Is busted. Is busted. But I guess, you know what hurts? It's not the jokes. It's the truth. It's the truth of the matter that hurts the most. Okay? Yeah, I'm looking balderdash up in here. In any case, let's blast off. Let's let the people know. Let's get the people going. Like the tweet, interact with it, retweet it, do the dang thing. Do whatever you must. So much happening, so much taking place. All right. Did you see Microsoft blocked Israel from using Azure? Yes. Things are happening. Things are happening. For the nothing ever happens, guys, I will say once again, things, as a matter of fact, are happening, and it's intensifying how much the things are happening. Slowly but surely, it's taking place. Let's take a look at what this is. What is this? Donald Trump, it's me, sir. Patriot, I come before you. Tired of the libtards. To ask you for one thing. I want you to deport Hassan Piker. Well, except he's not the only one who's saying that. Here's Laura Loomer this morning, only a couple hours ago, saying, hopefully today President Trump can negotiate the permanent deportation of Hassan Piker back to Turkey. It's time for him to go home. Born here, you dumbass. Do I even want the Laura Loomer smoke? I feel like she's gonna actually get me fucking deported, dude. You know what I mean? Anyway. Okay. Don't tap the glass. I mean, she's literally tapping my glass. How come I don't get to tap that glass? You know what I mean? Why does she look so weird? That's what I did. I tapped it. You threw your body at the glass? Maybe. She said Hassan could have collabed back with this. Ah! Do not tap the official presidential eunuch advisor. We don't know if she's a eunuch. We know she's a free spirit. Laura Loomer, she's a free spirit. She's a free spirit. That's right. A real firebrand. A real firebrand. Laura Loomer. She's a free spirit. Aldo Goat and Donald Trump are having major meetings today. I know. I'm going to get to it. Don't you worry about it. Trump to Erdogan, he knows about rigged elections better than anybody. When I was in exile, we were still friends. Erdo Goat.
Reese. You know, he knows about rigged elections better than anybody. But when I was in exile, we were still friends. That's always a good way to find out, test a friendship. But he's a highly respected man. Rigged election.
He does not speak a lick of English, dude. That's so funny. He's just sitting there like, yeah. I assume he has like an earpiece, right? That does real-time translation. Otherwise, he's just sitting there smiling. No idea what the heliante is going on. Okay. This man does not speak English. When I tell you he does not speak a lick of English, I mean it. Okay. It must be sad to have such a dumbass as your president. He sounds like a 9-year-old. It's kind of funny because I'm watching both of my presidents, who are both dumbasses, interacting with one another as dumbasses do. So today is a unique day for me because I'm watching not one but two of the dumbass presidents that I've lived under who have so many similarities, having a fun little conversation. Erdo Goat, Reis, talking to the American Reis, Erdo Trump. Fantastic. What a time. What a world to live in, man. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. It's incredible. South Park made fun of Netanyahu today. Yeah, I saw. But it was like baby jokes. Like it was bare minimum. They should have went hard. They should have went fucking nutty mode on the Charlie Kirk stuff. Honestly, you're a cartoon. Like you get all of those. You get the extra freedom to do crazy stuff as a cartoon. And they didn't want to do it. They didn't want to go hard in the paint. Dark woke is gone. That's what you expect from like edgy libertarians, I guess, like the maximum position that they'll take. Anyway, I get them being cautious, though. It makes sense, but I wish they would keep the pressure on, lol. Yeah. She said, you sure don't act like it? What a silly response. That sucks. That's cool, though. That means that I think I'm gonna keep it real. I mean, she's been following me for many, many years. I think like she low-key doesn't want me deported, I hope. Why with her in real time now that we know she just sits on Twitter? No. That was the weakest clapback. Bro, she on your ass. I don't think she wants me actually deported. You know what I mean? So that's good. That's good. That's fantastic. Anyway, so much to cover. So much going on in the world. Obviously, we got the FBI motives and FBI narratives that were undermined last night by Ken Klippenstein's fantastic reporting on the background of the shooter, the anti-ICE shooter, right? First and foremost, remember when Russia tried to stage a photo of a Ukrainian assassin's hideout and instead of SIM cards, they posted copies of The Sims? Yeah, this is just like, this is so bad that it made the libs go, I don't really believe this. Like, it even made the libs go, seems weird, right? Like, and I don't know if it's because they're just incompetent. Like, what is this? Like, what? I don't know. It just seems so crazy. It seems like if they said ICE is not poggers, that would make more sense, dude, than anti-ICE on the bullet, you know? The backside says a leftist did this, Lamau. Wait. FBI Dallas and FBI headquarters have been working 24/7 to seize devices, exploit data, and process writings obtained on location in the subject's person residence bedroom. This FBI is committed to providing timely updates as promised. The perp downloaded a document titled Dallas County Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Management containing a list of DHS facilities. He conducted multiple searches of ballistics and the Charlie Kirk shot video between 9/23 and 9/24. Between 8/19 and 8/24, he searched apps that tracked the presence of ICE agents. One of the handwritten notes recovered read, hopefully this will give ICE agents real terror to think. Is there a sniper with AP rounds on that roof? Further accumulated evidence to this point indicated high degree of pre-attack planning. The FBI will provide further updates when able. So yeah, they're trying to tie this to like the ICE tracker apps You know, like all of the grassroots mobilization against like ICE presence, like they're going to make that illegal too, I think. And I suspect they'll also simultaneously be like, yeah, not only do we have to make sure that these like grassroots ICE tracker apps are totally illegal because this fucking person used it clearly, that all leftist organizing is illegal as well. And every neo-lib tweeter below doesn't buy it. Yeah, no, I do like that the liberals, even liberals who normally would be totally reliant on government, like official organs of the government saying anything really, have looked at this and been like, nah, this doesn't make a lot of sense. But there's obviously a little bit more information that is now readily available to us. Shouts out to Ken Leakenstein, as always, for doing fantastic reporting. He went and he got anonymously interviewed some of the friends, like the lifelong friends, really, of the shooter. And he revealed that the ways in which the FBI has concocted this like left-wing anti-fascist terrorism narrative is not great. Joseph K. Young says, ascribing motive to politically violent people is hard when they don't leave a manifesto. We should all pause and do some research and or read things like this, where someone tries to figure out the motive by actually talking to people. Exclusive, the ICE shooter's politics. Joshua John's friends speak. The deadly sniper attack on a Dallas ICE facility this morning seems straightforward, with anti-ICE engraved on the unspent shell casing recovered from the scene, per the FBI. But after interviewing several of the alleged shooter's former friends, the picture isn't so clear. Within minutes of the shooting, FBI Director Kash Patel posted on X, while the investigation is ongoing, an initial review of the evidence shows an ideological motive behind this attack. See photo below. Now, what's crazy about it is, like, I need you guys to understand something. The FBI should not be doing this for two different reasons. One, in this circumstance, the investigation is irrelevant, really, because like the shooter died, right? He killed himself. But in situations where there's an ongoing court case, you're not supposed to taint the evidence by immediately coming out in public and creating a narrative framing around the situation. That's not something you can do. That's not something you should be doing in general, okay? But another societal, other societal impact of the FBI doing this like very clearly biased, immediate evidence farming is making people less reliant on the FBI as a reasonable actor. Okay, this is genuinely a problem. If you believe that we have to be a nation of rules and laws, and you have to have like at least some commitment to these institutions that are going to be infallible to a certain degree, they're going to abide by an incredibly high standard when they're doing these sorts of investigations. Like, you can't be doing shit like this. I hate to sound like a liberal, but this is a ridiculous thing to do. You can't be running around and being like, this is a bad guy, and I found out exactly what their biases are, and I'll have you know, it might come as a surprise, but the shooter was exactly the opposite of my worldview and was very clearly acting out in a way that I want to, you know, in all of the groups that I want to silence and suppress. You can't do that. You can't do that, man. You can't do that. Like, can you imagine after like a million different investigations that have been conducted to like right-wing political violence, like Joe Biden coming out and being like, guys, listen, I don't normally do this. I'm not even going to look at the manifesto. I'm just going to come out and be like, that's a right-wing guy. That's a right-wing guy. Bet you he's a Ben Shapiro fan. We got to start taking care of these Ben Shapiro style content creators. Like, that would be insane. And then having the FBI reveal this information immediately without any sort of serious investigation being conducted into the matter. So it's even worse when there is, it's even worse in the Tyler Robinson case because the shooter is not dead. So there is not only an investigation that will be conducted, but also a court case that will happen in the aftermath of this, right? You can't do this with Luigi Mangione in the way that the law enforcement agencies and people in positions of power have done. This actually taints the jury pool. This is like you're biasing you're creating an environment, a narrative bias before due process takes place. It's grounds for a mistrial. Like, what the fuck are we doing? This is so ridiculous. Obviously, it's not going to happen, right? Given the severity of the crime, it's never going to happen. But like, under normal circumstances, that is unironically what would take place. Okay? Being in this administration just feels like a race to the bottom. Everyone is trying to get out their Twitter posts as fast as possible for clout. Literally an administration of influence. I know. You can't be doing that. You can't be doing that, little baby. If you want the FBI to be like a serious institution that people still respect, you can't be doing that. Get Kash Patel fucking out of there, man. What the hell? President Trump responded to the shooting by blaming the radical left, vowing to sign another executive order to dismantle what he called domestic terrorism networks. This comes at the heels of another executive order he signed this week, designating Antifa a domestic terrorist organization, as I previously reported. I have been briefed on the deadly shooting. We already read this yesterday, but he said, I've been briefed on the deadly shooting. It's Antifa. You can't compare ICE agents to Nazis. That's completely unacceptable. All this stuff, right? Vice President J.D. Vance, meanwhile, says, we know that this person was politically motivated, pointing both to the inscriptions and some evidence we have that's not yet public. On the off chance the shooting wasn't what it looked like, I reached out to people who knew the gunman, 29-year-old Joshua John, 3 who knew him since at least middle school and agreed to speak to me on the condition that I not name them, corroborating their friendship with photos and other records. Their accounts paint the picture of someone with a vaguely libertarian bent who despised both major parties and politicians generally, including Trump, but who didn't engage with politics beyond that. He preferred edgy humor, video games, and the message board 4chan, all of which he became increasingly steeped in as he withdrew from social life, as well as their own friendships several years ago, they said. None of his former friends believed the anti-ICE inscription could possibly be sincere, feeling such a serious political statement was anathema to who John was. His humor was deeply ironic, often offensive, and aggressive to the point of alienation. Okay? So, classic leftist site 4chan. Before you say classic leftist site 4chan, there are leftists who are on 4chan as well. Okay? That's true. There's, it's not just right-wingers, even though it's most famous for right-wingers, and the likelihood that you're a right-winger, if you're on poll, especially, you're most likely a right-winger, but that doesn't mean that there aren't leftists on 4chan, okay? Just remember that. Weren't you a 4chaner? No, I was not. What the fuck? He was most certainly an edgelord, an irony guy, one friend said. Edgelord is online speak for someone who doesn't like, who likes to espouse edgy nihilistic views. Asked about the inscription on the bullet, the friend said, Josh was an edgelord who wanted someone to get blamed. I think he tried his best to write something goofy to rile people up. Another friend showed me a Facebook post describing how John had flooded his friend's comment section with rape jokes. Playful shock humor, the friend said. Fucking insane. Hey, man, that's just playful shock humor. FBI update is live.
Over to Acting U.S. Attorney Nancy Larson.
All right, we'll get to the FBI update, and then we'll get back to Ken Klippenstein.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here today. This is the third time in my short 4-month tenure as the acting United States Attorney for this district where we have suffered violent attacks and threats at ICE facilities. First, you'll recall July 4th, 2024, the violent attack on the Prairieland facility in Alvarado, Texas. The second occurred on August 25th, 2024, when Bratton Dean Wilkinson, who stands charged by federal complaint, pretended to have a bomb. He showed up at the ICE facility with a backpack and something that looked like a detonator on his wrist and threatened the facility. Third, of course, is yesterday's attack, September 24th, 2025, when the Dallas ICE facility was riddled with gunfire, costing the life of one detainee and injuring 2 other detainees critically. Initially, I want to commend the cooperation of the Dallas Police Department, the Dallas County Sheriff's Office, the FBI, the ATF, ICE, and HSI for their swift and decisive response to this crime. Members of these agencies quickly secured the scene and the evidence and worked tirelessly to determine any continuing threat. Due to their efforts, it did not take long to ascertain the identity of the shooter, who was deceased by a self-inflicted gunshot wound, and that he very likely acted alone. His name is Joshua Yan, 29 of Fairview, Texas. Let me just review a very brief summary of the timeline of yesterday's attack. We believe at some point around 3 o'clock in the morning that the suspect was seen driving on footage with a large ladder on his car. And we believe that that is what he used to position himself on top of the building. The shooting itself started at approximately 6:30 a.m. After the shooting started, Dallas Police Department arrived en masse, secured the scene. Law enforcement officers found the sniper dead. They found bullets on the rooftop, one of which was labeled with the words anti-ICE. That morning, gunshots sprayed the length of the building, the windows, and law enforcement vans that were in the Sallyport area. Detainees were struck by these bullets. One was killed, 2 were wounded, and both of them are undergoing treatment. Shortly thereafter, the FBI began its meticulous work at the crime scene. At the same time, we obtained and executed multiple search warrants yesterday for devices and locations associated with the sniper. FBI agents executed a search warrant at the sniper's residence yesterday, and there found a collection of notes. First, I want to point out that one of these notes or papers, the sniper explicitly states, "Yes, it was just me." That statement appears to be correct at this point in the investigation. Notably, these loose notes included a game plan of the attack and target areas at the facility. He called the ICE employees people showing up to collect a dirty paycheck. He wrote that he intended to maximize lethality against ICE personnel and to maximize property damage at the facility. He hoped to minimize any collateral damage.
What the hell? That was a crazy F. Hello, I'm back. I'm here.
Injury to the
That was
detainees
crazy.
and
What
any
happened?
other innocent people. It seems that he did not intend to kill the detainees or harm them. It's clear from these notes that he was targeting ICE agents and ICE personnel.
It's weird. There's something
Detainees
weird is
that
taking
were
place.
injured
My
when he
bit
fired
rate
into
dropped.
the Sallyport. Also
But I'm
hoped
here
his
still.
actions would give ICE agents real terror of being gunned down, and he did this to induce constant stress in their lives. He hoped his actions would terrorize ICE employees and interfere with their work, which he called human trafficking. And this, what he did, is the very definition of terrorism. Again, his notes reveal, yes, it was just me and my brain. And he said, good luck with the digital footprint. And of course, we take this to mean that he deleted evidence from his devices. His words were definitively anti-ICE. That said, we did not find evidence of membership in any specific group or entity. Nor did he mention any specific government agency other than ICE. Among his papers,
But
though,
that's not going to
was a
stop us from being like,
handwritten
this is
note
Antifa.
in which, in crude words, he expressed his hatred for the federal government. Finally, I want to address the heroism of our federal agents yesterday. While under fire, ICE agents and ATF agents who were also present in the facility's Sallyport area worked together to remove detainees
Fix
from
the
the
ingest,
van
you're 45
and
to
get
50
them
seconds
to
behind? No,
safety
you are.
while the bullets
There's no
were
fixing
flying.
the ingest now for me.
These agents
I'm going
were
direct to
heroic,
Twitch.
clearly willing to lay down their lives to save the lives of the detainees in their custody. And that's an extremely important point to make at this point in time. I want to express my deepest appreciation for the bravery of these law enforcement officers yesterday and every single day that they go out there to keep us safe. I'll now turn it over to FBI Special Agent in charge of the Dallas field office,
Damn,
Joe
bro.
Rothrock.
I mean,
Thank
that's
you.
not going to stop them. That's not going to stop him from being like, this is a classic case of Antifa
afternoon.
terrorism. Classic
First,
case.
I'd like to start by thanking our acting United States Attorney, Nancy Larson, and her office for their support during this investigation. My name is Joe Rothrock, and I'm the special agent in charge of the FBI's Dallas field office. Yesterday morning, Joshua Yan carried out a targeted, ambush-style attack on law enforcement. Today, I will provide you with some updates of what we've learned through our investigation to date, to include Jan's own words in his handwritten notes. Jan specifically intended to kill ICE agents. He fired at transport vehicles carrying ICE personnel, federal agents, and detainees. He also fired multiple shots into the windows of the office building where numerous ICE employees do their jobs every day. I now know that Jan engaged in significant high degree of pre-attack planning. He searched for information about the office building and how to track ICE agents' locations.
Yeah, they're using
Jan
this.
also acknowledged the
They're
potential
going to use this to go
for
after
other
the app,
casualties.
the app that like tracks
He knew
ICE
with
activity.
a high likelihood, ICE detainees would be transported that morning in the exact location where he was facing from his perch on a nearby rooftop. Jan's attack did in fact result in the tragic death of one detainee and the injury to 2 other detainees. We have been able to confirm that Jan legally obtained an 8mm bolt-action rifle he used in the shooting in August of this year. Based on our investigation to date, we believe Jan acted alone, but I'll stress our investigation continues. This attack, yet again, underscores the dangers that law enforcement face daily. We continue to see an increased threats against law enforcement. This is the second attack in recent months on ICE facilities here in North Texas. I do want to take this opportunity to thank our law enforcement partners, some of whom are here with us today. When Jan began firing, agents from both ICE and the ATF put themselves in the line of fire to move individuals off the transportation vehicles in an attempt to protect and rescue those that were injured. I want to thank them for their bravery.
They
Dallas
could be
Police
subsequently
Department and the Dallas
deported
County
to
Sheriff's
El
Office
Salvador.
also quickly responded to the scene without any hesitation and ran towards danger. Ultimately, they located the shooter, who was deceased by an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound. I want to thank them for their prompt response and dedication to protecting and serving their communities. I also want to thank our partners that have assisted in this investigation. The Fairview Police Department, as well as our partners in Oklahoma, to include Bryant County Sheriff's Department, Durant Police Department, and Choctaw Nation Light Horse Police, as well as our personnel from San Antonio and Oklahoma City within the FBI that assisted. The FBI has dedicated its entire breadth of resources to ensure this investigation is completed thoroughly. The FBI stands with our law enforcement partners, and today we express that the attacks against law enforcement officers will not be tolerated. While we believe Jan acted alone, we are still asking that anyone with information about Jan or his activities report that to the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI or at www.fbi.gov/Dallas ERO shooting. And with that, I will turn it over to Director Charles.
Good afternoon. My name is Marcos Charles. I am the ICE Executive Associate Director for Enforcement and Removal Operations. The attack on ICE's Dallas field office yesterday was tragic. And while our hearts and prayers are with the family of the detainees who were shot, the evidence is clear that this was intended as an assault on ICE personnel who come to work every day to do their job. Violent rhetoric has led to over 1,000% increase in assaults on ICE officers, and it has to stop.
Oh, my Lord.
Contrast to those who would demonize our men and
I'm
women.
telling you,
yesterday,
they're
our
going to make
brave
it
officers
illegal
ran
to
back
hurt
into
the
danger,
feelings
along with
of
ATF, our
cops and
partners,
ICE
to
officers.
save the detainees while shots were still being fired.
It's crazy.
Those ICE officers just showed the world who they really are. Law enforcement officers who want the best for our country. That's
First
ICE.
and foremost,
Integrity, courage, excellence.
talking too much about the
They were
humanity
willing
of
to
the
put their
detainees
lives on the line
is an
to pull
own goal
detainees
here.
out of the transport van to get them to safety. They are heroes, and I hope the media has the integrity to shine a light on this story. Enough is enough with the harmful lies and violent rhetoric. It has to stop. The shooter used the ICE tracking apps.
Hassan, aka
Anyone
Andy,
who creates
bruh.
or distributes these
Free
apps
you, Gen Alpha
that is
ain't
designed
fuck
to
with you,
spot,
big
track,
bro.
and
They
locate
all
ICE
watching
officers
Mafia
are
Time.
one of the dangers
I
that
love
they are
when the
exposing
dude
to
is
law
like,
enforcement.
38 years old, but
It's
then
a
talks
casting
like this
call
in
to
the
invite
chat.
bad actors to attack law enforcement officers. It's no different than giving
That's
a
true,
hitman the
bruh.
location of their intended target, and this is exactly what we saw happen in Dallas yesterday. The media has been amplifying these apps even as we warned them it would only lead to more attacks on law enforcement. We truly wish we didn't
He
have
blamed
to
the
say,
ICE
I
app.
told you so.
He blamed the
But here we
anti-ICE
are.
statements. They
ICE
want to
continues to
stamp out
prioritize the
discontent.
safety
This
and
is not about
security
like
of our personnel, detained aliens.
they are going to find a
We will do
just
everything
cause
possible to
in their
increase
minds, or
security
they're trying to develop a just
counter
cause in their
the
minds
increased
to
rate of these
to
legal
do free speech restrictions, the likes you've never seen or even can comprehend.
foment violence and vilify our law enforcement officers to cease the dangerous rhetoric. We also call on law-abiding Americans everywhere to report any suspicious activity. Individual that was out there yesterday shooting at our agents and our officers was trying to take the lives of law enforcement people doing their job. Instead, he killed a detainee and shot 2 others. That is something that's unacceptable. The rhetoric that's out there on social media, the rhetoric that is being said by some community leaders in other states needs to stop. There's been an increase in violence against ICE agents, not only in Texas and Dallas, but across the country in violent protests. Again, I ask everybody, just stop. Thank you.
So we're going to open it up to questions now. So if you have a question, we'll direct it to the appropriate person. You're first up.
Sean Murphy with the Associated Press. Can you tell an estimate of how many shots were fired and how he was able to get those off so quickly with the bolt action?
Yeah, so how I'll answer that at this point, again, I'll just remind you, this is an ongoing investigation. The ICE facility, the ICE office, really, it is a business office. This is where business is done on a daily basis by our partners at ICE. That is still an active crime scene. We still have personnel out there. As I mentioned earlier in my remarks, we brought in resources from San Antonio, Oklahoma City, obviously our own FBI resources here in Dallas, as well as folks from our lab, because we are going to do a thorough and exhaustive investigation and make sure that we have a full accounting of all the evidence that's at that scene. Again, those efforts are ongoing at this time. I'm going to go here real quick. So you're referring to detainees that were not injured?
Correct.
Yeah.
If you could give us an update on the ones that are injured, identities, nationalities.
So I won't be providing any updates at this time on the identities of the detainees that were injured. ICE has a process from notifications to consulate and to next of kin. That process is ongoing, and so we'll defer to our ICE counterparts at some point to determine when it's the right time to release that information. The other detainees remain safe. They are victims as well of this violent crime, and they are people that we are actively interviewing as part of our investigation. Right here to the front.
Statements that Mr. Yan had made. Is there any more information y'all can release about what exactly was in those writings?
The clearest motivation for this attack are his own words. In his handwritten notes, he says,
Bro, I'm sorry. There's something so stupid about being like, they're using the ICE app to target ICE agents. And then the dude that shot detainees shot them outside of an ICE facility. Do you think he needed the ICE app to know where the ICE agents were? He was sniping at a fucking ICE detention facility. What are we talking about, man?
we know that he obtained the firearm in August. We also know that he was looking at a number
It's
of
like-
DHS facilities, and he
It's
had
like
downloaded
demanding
that
we ban
information.
Google
He was
Maps
looking at
because
the apps
Google
as my
Maps
counterpart
shows
mentioned,
where
some
the
of our
ICE
state
detention
agencies. So
facility
this was
is.
this was not
What the
something that just
fuck?
occurred yesterday. It came to a conclusion yesterday, but this is something months in the making. Unfortunately, the challenge with these mass casualty incidents is people can be motivated to violence by any number of grievances. In this case, the clearest
I think it just
indication of
came out as
motivation
an ICE
are
black
his
site.
own words.
No, I
he
saw
wanted
the
to cause
footage.
terror. He wanted
You
to.
can see
he
with their
wanted to
own
harm
two
ICE
eyes. It's like
personnel.
says Department of Homeland Security.
More technical Latino radio. The deceased shooter, could he have a relation with somebody who had been detained by ICE or mistreated by ICE?
Again, the clearest motivations at this point are the harm he wanted to cause to ICE. We're not aware of any specific relationships he had with anybody in detention. But again, our investigation's ongoing. We're going to unturn every stone here. And so that continues. Sir.
Omar Villafranca with CBS News. Secretary Noem has asked for increased security at ICE facilities across the country. Can you say what is going to be done to harden these facilities to protect agents and detainees?
So I cannot say what will be done by.
Oh my
by our-
God, incredible! They're gonna be like, we have to operate as black sites. Make it even crazier. Make this system even more unjustifiable and mysterious. you know, oh, sorry. In the interest of defending our big, beautiful soldiers here, we have to also completely eradicate due process. You know, they can just come into your house. They don't have to ever declare that they're members of law enforcement, by the way. We can't do oversight because that's also harmful to them engaging in this sort of conduct. And also, they can just operate outside of black sites now. Fantastic.
I don't want to give away any operational security as to how
I'm
we're going to
telling
be
you
doing
right
that.
now, man. I'm telling you
There-
right
there are
now.
plans
This is
to
where we're
have
heading
some of our
down. It's not. This is real. It's happening in real time in front of our eyes. They are trying to develop a just cause to be able to do all of this stuff.
Mr. Yan was not an immigrant. He was a United States citizen. He was here legally. I won't be going into the details on anybody other than Mr. Yan at this time. Ma'am.
Once shots were beginning to fire, can you give us some more perspective on what the situation was with the detainees that were in the vans? Were they handcuffed? Were they shackled? Why weren't they able to get out of the vehicle by themselves?
Again, these were individuals that were detained by law enforcement. There were multiple transport vehicles at the facility at that time. Again, what I would stress at this point is under gunfire,
Yeah, the guy
multiple
that
federal agents
shot his van
ran into
at the
that
ICE
fire to
facility
remove
killed
these
himself.
individuals and to attempt to render life-saving aid under the most dire circumstances.
They were being, the individuals in the vans were being strained. It's a proper procedure for transport. The individuals that are brave men and women that went out there to go help and rescue were the ones that were injured and could not leave the van on their own.
And we know that that's common, because we've seen obviously transports before. So we just wanted clarity to understand why they weren't able to leave on their own.
The other individuals that were in the van were able to leave on their own. It was the ones that were injured were unable to exit the vehicle. Yeah.
Have you guys gotten any cooperation from the suspect's family and this idea that anti-government, federal government attitude were there? Have any family members expressed any signs that, we knew that this was happening, or was this just all kept?
Back to you, sir.
As is common in these investigations of mass casualty incidents, we are going to interview everybody we can identify that might have information about the motivations or who might have information about the pre-planning or who may have assisted in this attack. I won't be outlining every interview we conducted today, but we will be doing a thorough investigation. And again, one of the reasons we asked for additional information for the public is if there are those out there that had contact with Jan, we would like to hear from them, and we would like to gain an understanding of what their relationship was. I won't be going into details about other aspects of the investigation.
Can you expand on why you believe that he acted alone here, and can you go into it all?
Why is the FBI protecting ICE here? What do you mean? They're all a part of the same federal apparatus of law enforcement. What? Of course they're going to protect ICE. What are you talking about?
So again,
especially
the
now
totality
more
of
than
our
ever,
investigation
the
includes
federal
interviews,
mechanisms of law enforcement are completely at the direction of the
We're
president's,
certainly looking at
completely at the direction of the presidency. They don't care about anything. Like there's never been more of an overt attempt to bias investigations, to go along with the needs and the demands of the administration. Like it's just.
What will happen in the coming days with that facility? Are there detainees being held there?
It's
Have they
all
been taken away?
straight up
Is it operational?
at the mercy.
It is going to remain an
the
active
whims
crime
of a
scene for
madman.
some time. Again, we will be there as long as it takes to make sure that we've captured every piece of physical evidence.
Emma Ruby with the Dallas Observer. You mentioned the one bullet that was found with kind of ideological writing on it. Have any of the bullets found around the scene had any writing on them, or is it just the one?
Again, active crime scene. We're still collecting physical evidence.
Jim Schultz with ABC News. We found the crime scene when this car was actually being towed. There was some writings on that vehicle. Can you give us a sense about what those were and how they play into your investigation?
So the vehicle was searched as part of our investigation. I don't have additional details to share with you now about any writings, but certainly if we have updates, we'll provide those in the future. Ma'am. Yeah, he was found on top of a neighboring roof. We believe he used the ladder to access that roof. Sir. His handwritten notes indicate that he did not expect to survive this event. Sir.
Kevin Reese, WFAA. A personal question, if you would dare. Can you explain to people in this climate what it's like to be an ICE agent right now?
As I had said, the ICE officers that are out there right now, you've seen them in multiple times on the news. They're out there doing their job with courage and honor. yes, there is a heightened sense.
Again, we will never talk about what their job entails. Their job is to literally go out in the streets, wear masks, and violently apprehend and kidnap random fucking Americans or people working on U.S. soil. Okay? Many of which they apprehend at the point of their court appointment. Like, these are people who are playing the legal game that has been designed to fuck them over. They're going to their job sites and they are apprehending them. They have guns, they have masks on, they come out of unmarked vehicles. It is totally ridiculous that these guys will just be like, oh, they're just doing their jobs. They're just doing their jobs. Yeah, a slave catcher was doing his job, you know? The Gestapo was doing their job. Some jobs are unjustifiable. I'm not even in the business of saying that there is no reason for federal law enforcement to exist. Obviously, I'm not, I understand the necessity for an organized unit that is supposed to abide by certain principles. Okay, I get it. Having said that, when we're talking about ICE, simply saying it's just a job is ridiculous. Like, the job is quite literally to mass apprehend innocent people, declare them criminals, and punish them severely for the crime that is, under different circumstances, considered a civil offense, like a moving violation. You know what I mean? Like, imagine we're doing this for jaywalkers. There's a real issue with jaywalkers in this country. We got to fucking apprehend them. We got to apprehend the jaywalkers. You have been found jaywalking. It's crazy. Yeah, it's a job just like being an IDF soldier is just a job, right? Not all jobs are created equal, I think. Anyway, getting back to Ken Klippenstein, who is profiling the shooter to try to arrive at like some kind of motive. His friends say he was most certainly, this is Jonathan Yans. His friends that have known him since middle school say he was most certainly an edgelord, an irony guy, one friend said. Edgelord is online speak for someone who likes to espouse edgy, nihilistic views. Asked about the inscription on the bullet, the friend said Josh was an edgelord who wanted someone to get blamed. I think he tried his best to write something goofy to rile people up. Another friend showed me a Facebook post describing how John had flooded his friend's comment section with rape jokes. Playful shock humor, the friend said. John's profile on the gaming platform Steam showed the vast amounts of time he spent playing video games, particularly shooters, more than 6,000 hours on Rust, which, oof, red flag. Okay. That's, no disrespect to Rust, but bit of a red flag there, 3,000 on Team Fortress 2, 1,000 on Left 4 Dead 2. He even found time to play 3.5 hours in the past 2 weeks, the account shows. Among the dozen or so usernames he used, one was reading #impeachment. When I asked if this wasn't a clear reference to anti-Trump politics, his friends recoiled at the idea that he would express opposition to Trump so sincerely and straightforwardly. Instead, they saw it as a part of his broader ironic persona, poking fun at the anti-Trump resistance types. Hanky Bob, clan tag. Users also played as Sam I Am. That said, one friend recalled that when Trump first came to power, Jan was not a fan, though he had contempt for mainstream politicians in general. His friends say he had more of a libertarian bent, with one recalling an interest in the libertarian figure Ron Paul. You know what's really funny about the ideological motives that people try to ascribe to, instances of political violence, like people who have engaged in acts of political violence, is that we have such a silly view of the average American, which I always point to when talking about the median voter. Identifying the politics of a median voter is a virtually fucking possible. Okay? It's just so silly because most people do not subscribe to straight ticket blue Dem or straight ticket right-wing Republican voting. Okay? There is more consolidation ideologically within the right, as opposed to the liberal side of things, for sure. But having said that, even then, it is virtually impossible to understand what the average American, especially the average American that doesn't vote, even though he is eligible to vote, is genuinely impossible. Okay? It is incoherent. There are many people in here that if someone from the outside was looking at your social media profiles, they would be like, what the fuck does this guy believe? I don't understand it. I can't associate it with any sort of like mainline established political ideology. Okay? Still, the friend who recounted Jan's dislike of Trump insisted that there was at least a kernel of seriousness to the username. If it was ironic, it's half irony, where you're half kidding, half serious, just in case, he said. He was never really into politics, especially not politicians, said another friend who had known Jan since age 8. He was into politics only in the 4chan sense, contrarian, provocative, boundary pushing for laughs, not conviction. 4chan, the anonymous message board where provocation and irony are the coin of the realm, was apparently one of Jan's favorite haunts. His abrasive humor is where his friends describe his opinions on him diverge the most, with some describing it as amusing, but others as grating, especially as his online persona bled into real life. I mostly stopped talking to him when he took his 4chan irony stuff into daily interactions, one friend told me. He was becoming unbearable. Once he dropped out of college, he had no obligation to be social, and none of us reached out due to his edgelord behavior. Oh my Lord. This is, you know what's really funny? A lot of mainstream voices, especially on the right, constantly are now trying to point the finger of blame at like edgy nihilism and like political violence in my direction. And so much of what I try to do is to snap people out of this. Like literally, if people come in here and watch me for half a day, they will realize that a big chunk of what I am combating is exactly this. The social isolation that comes from finding yourself steeped within like incel, extremely online, irony poisoned, nihilistic circles that basically push your real life social interactions into the background as your online persona under the guise of anonymity becomes more and more your real world persona as well. And it causes people around you to go, ew, gross, get the fuck away from me. This is a big part of the reason why I always say touch grass. This is a big part of the reason why I always say be fucking normal. Okay? I would have to say you're doing a terrible job. Yeah, that's unironically the most untrue thing you could say, because there are a shit ton of people in here that have found not only a sense of community online, but also have found themselves doing more productive shit in the real world as a direct consequence of me urging them to stop and shake themselves out of this like weird, deep, dark, nihilistic fucking internet-based online circles that they find themselves in. Whether it be going out and working out, whether it be urging them to join it, their local organizations and things of that nature. I wasn't able to find anyone who, with insight into Jan's more recent views, something that his friend said was unsurprising given his withdrawal from social life over the past few years. If you're having trouble finding people besides immediate family who knew him, that's part of the story, one friend said. Every mutual friend drifted away over that kind of edgelord behavior. A fledgling version of Jan's humor appears in the following YouTube video since removed from when he was a high schooler, a tongue-in-cheek parody of tech advice videos. Hello there, Facebook user. Are you tired of scrolling through your Facebook feed mindlessly? Well, there's a solution. You can unlike all your crappy pages. The following audio recording of Jan bombing at stand-up comedy was shared with me. It drew a comparison by one friend to the 2019 Joker film starring Joaquin Phoenix as an off-putting loner who also tried and failed at comedy. The film culminates in a scene in which the Joker gets his revenge on the entertainment world by gunning down the host of a popular late-night TV show. The audio from his attempted stand-up routine where he bombs now resonates uncannily with Joker, the friend said. Ironically, Jan's contempt for Trump and the major political parties has bestowed them with one of the most intensely partisan news cycles in recent memory. In this sense, the joke is on him and all of us too. This still doesn't mean that the shooter has no profiles in or has no ideological profile that could be left slanted in any capacity, in any way, shape, or form, for the record. But this paired up with the fact that do not play the audio. It was so bad, I'm not going to play the stand-up. I'm not going to do that. Come on. This paired up with the FBI investigation that has yielded no results, both in the case of Tyler Robinson and also in the case of this shooter as well, to any sort of like left-adjacent groups, like left-adjacent associations, makes it much harder for the government to develop a profile that would justify significant incursions on free speech. Do you want me to actually look at the fucking failed bomb stand-up routine that was audio? I guess it could like show us a little bit more of the background, but it's from 2019.
All right, so I'm going to start out with talking about something pretty serious. My buddy was talking to me the other day about reality TV, and he didn't like it too much. He said reality TV should never be played on TV, and I was all taken aback, like, whoa, dude, come on. I have some extremely bad insecurity issues about myself. They constantly eat me up alive. And reality TV is a remedy for that. That's a perfect remedy. And it applies
I'll
to
be
me,
honest,
so.
right off the jump, just hearing him speak, this is more consistent with like loner, antisocial personality disordered, like socially malignant shooters that we have seen in the past, as opposed to someone like Tyler Robinson, who very clearly still had friends at the point of the alleged assassination of Charlie Kirk that he allegedly participated in. Do you see what I mean? Like, this reminds me more of like a Thomas Crook style individual where their politics are indecipherable and it just like kind of doesn't make sense. Is this at the Comedy Mothership? I don't know. As far as like Luigi Mangione or Tyler Robinson goes, their background does not correspond to like the average profile. The average profile of like a school shooter or a mass shooter, a person engaging in like a horrific act of violence. This seems to be more evidence that the political shooting is supplanting the school shooting as a path to notoriety for suicidal and nihilistic, socially maladjusted individuals. Yes, this is my argument as well. This is what I am seeing as well, especially because these things have a tendency to create copycats. In the past, and I said this yesterday, in the past, when people wanted to make a name for themselves, when someone was like a socially maladjusted, isolated, alienated, sometimes mentally ill person, right? And they had suicidal ideation. Instead of doing suicide by cop, they would go and engage in a mass shooting in an area, in an environment that they've designed for themselves that have tremendous control over their lives. If you're young, it's the school, right? The school is restrictive. If you are older, it's your workplace, right? It's your resentment. It's the resentment that you experience that you associate with a hierarchy that holds you back, right? But I think a lot of these people have now realized that given how much school shootings have become commonplace, it doesn't actually end up getting you the broad recognition and the constant back and forth. Like, what's the reason why he did this? What's the reason why he actually? Let's try to identify the motives. Let's like dig into the background of the shooter, because like the evidence itself is built in. I mean, look at the Annunciation Church shooter, right? Right-wing profile, insane, highlighted a bunch of fucking white nationalist mass shooters. That was a story that was around for like 2.5 days. And then people made their partisan motives, people made their partisan framework very clear in that process. And then they just fucking moved on. So you don't get the same level of elevated profile from stuff like that. So then you see, I think, people engaging in acts of political violence potentially, because they think this will allow people this will give them more notoriety. And if I were to like try and dive into the mindset of a person like this, I suspect that this is for them a way to chase fame, a way to have a semblance of control over their lives when they feel like they've completely lost all power. They have no way of developing autonomy. They feel alienated. They feel isolated. They don't have any friends. They don't have any purpose in life. And they feel like this is a way to become powerful in their own minds. This like sick, twisted way to try and get notoriety and therefore some kind of power even after they die. Now, I don't think that for Luigi that was the case, right? I don't know, but it didn't feel like that was the case for Luigi Mangione. But it doesn't matter because like the endless back and forth in the aftermath, the endless media cycle, looking at the motives and looking at the causes of why this kind of violence was outright celebrated, right? Allegedly with Luigi Mangione. That in and of itself, I think, created a media environment that made it so that other people would look at that and be like, I want that. Like, I want that for myself. I want this kind of fanfare, or I want this kind of endlessly diving into the background of someone like me, little old me, becoming high profile, which of course is genuinely worrisome for two different reasons. One, because it's just yet another, like, the more high profile shootings take place, and the more this kind of violence we are desensitized to, the more people will try to increase the intensity in the aftermath of that, especially if people in positions of power feel fearful. They will greatly clamp on those who they believe are responsible for this kind of radicalization. And it'll never be the systems themselves that are radicalizing people. It'll never be like the cost of paywalling healthcare for many Americans that universalizes that experience for them. It'll always be people like myself. You know, it'll always be a media figure that played a role in this. And for the Republicans, it's very clear. It's not just people like myself either. It's also the Democrats as a whole. It's anyone that considers what Donald Trump is doing to be Nazi behavior, fascist behavior. Do you see what I mean? And they will do everything in their power to stamp out discontent. People have been chasing fame or infamy of the Columbine boys for years. Everyone still remembers their names. People won't remember Solomon Henderson in 20 years. Yeah, the irony, of course, is that the increasing frequency of these kinds of violence, these kinds of violent incidents, also leads to an overall desensitization to these kinds of violent incidents. And therefore, it causes people that are chasing infamy by engaging in this incredibly violent act to not even get that infamy anyway. So, as one note, we already watched this. Here's what the Fox News narrative was earlier today, though, even before the new FBI press conference that we watched.
Standing by. First, let's go to Brooke Taylor reporting from Dallas. Brooke.
Hi, Harris. Well, first, we have new information right now coming in from the FBI Director Kash Patel, who says that officials have been working around the clock 24/7 to go through this shooter's phone and find a possible motive. And what they found is pretty shocking. We want to pull up this post on X. This was posted again by FBI Director Kash Patel just in the last hour. He says the perp downloaded a document with a list of DHS facilities. He conducted multiple searches of ballistics and looked up the Charlie Kirk shot video in the last 2 days leading up to the shooting. According to the FBI director here, the shooter also searched apps that track the presence of ICE agents. And listen to this.
Yeah, by the way, who in the United States of America didn't look up the Charlie Kirk shooting? Like, that in and of itself is the dumbest part of this story, where they're trying to tie this back. It's like saying, wow, a shooting took place on, I don't know, 9/20/2001, and the shooter actually had looked up 9/11. Yeah, no shit, they looked it up. It was the major news. It was the most consequential news story for the fucking week. It still is. Yeah, I can't believe he looked up the Charlie Kirk shooting. What a strange thing. It's probably the most normal thing that the shooter did that week.
He says that there was a handwritten note that was recovered that said, quote, hopefully this will give ICE agents real terror to think, is there a sniper with AP rounds on the roof? The FBI also released a picture.
Yeah. Micah Irvin says, breaking, FBI Director Kash Patel has released a private message of the Dallas immigrant shooter. Close friend, hey, Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries have radicalized me to do violence against ICE. I remember you mentioning this at our last Antifa meeting. Will you be committing the act in solidarity with the Democrat Party? I'll be aiming at ICE officers, but I'm cross-eyed, so wish me luck. Sounds good. Also, I'm trans, as you know. Like, that's what it feels like. That's what it feels like. That's what it feels like. The way that the FBI is like, wow, we have found some serious stuff here, guys. it seems that the shooter was a straight ticket Democrat, okay? And also loved the communism that Nancy Pelosi was advancing in America. It seems to me like this narrative might come across as very convenient for all of you, but I guess we have no more questions. There it is. The communist Hakeem Jeffries. This is satire, right? Yes, this is a joke. This person is making a joke about the silliness that the FBI is presenting in terms of like ascribing a motive to the suspect who killed himself.
Of anti-ICE messages written on rounds that were found next to that shooter. Officials say this attack was a result of dangerous anti-ICE rhetoric. Officials say the gunman was firing at that ICE facility from the rooftop of a nearby building. He fired indiscriminately with bullets flying all around inside and outside that building. He also hit a van in the Sally Port that was carrying 3 illegal migrants. Officials say one of them died and the other was taken to the hospital. Sources close to this investigation shared this picture of the shooter's driver's license with me. He is identified as 29-year-old Joshua John. Officials say he shot and killed himself when officers cornered him. The New York Post reports that his mother posted a series of anti-gun rants on Facebook.
By the way, I'm sorry. Now the parents' politics matter? Oh, really? Oh, really? Quite interesting. The parents' politics didn't matter with Tyler Robinson, but now the parents' politics is the most important part. Let me tell you, okay, we really got to figure out what the parents believe. Do not ask me what Tyler Robinson's parents believe. Do not. That is irrelevant. That is irrelevant. And by the way, the parents were mad at the politicians. The mother was mad at the politicians after Uvalde, which was a universal experience for all Texans. That's what the fuck they're talking about here. Okay? They're like, wow, the parents experienced discontent towards their Republican administration. After what incident? You might be asking yourself, if you're at least like a little bit skeptical of the fucking narrative that they're designing here on Fox News and on New York Post. Oh, that's right. After fucking Uvalde, which was, again, not an uncommon moment of anger towards all of the politicians that many Texan parents felt were responsible.
Just a few years ago, those rants were aimed at Republican lawmakers, including Senator Ted Cruz, who spoke here at this press conference yesterday.
Politically motivated violence is wrong. It was 2 weeks ago today that we saw a political assassination in Utah that tore the heart out of much of this country.
Is saying all Texans not a bit of a broad stroke? Do you not remember the aftermath of Uvalde? Do you think that Republican Texans in the aftermath of Uvalde weren't mad at the cops and also the administration as well? It was a spectacular failure of epic magnitude from all parts of the government, from the inability of the cops to do anything about it, all the way to the way that the politicians in Texas, like the local politicians in Texas, messaged around the issue. It was universal. It was universally felt, the anger and resentment, for different reasons, but there was definitely a lot of fucking frustration. Yeah, 377 cops sat outside the school for 77 minutes, man. What are you talking about? You think fucking Texan parents weren't mad? There were literally parents of Uvalde kids that basically infiltrated the school themselves, took matters in their own fucking hands because they saw that cops weren't doing shit. Are you kidding me? Yeah, that's the one where cops just sat outside playing fucking Candy Crush and shit. And then the politicians tried to be like, door control. We need door control. Yeah, they were arresting parents that wanted to get their kids and stuff. Like, it was crazy. It was one of the most insane stories of coming out of Texas. They prosecuted families that were critical of the cops after the incident. Every part of that was a perfect demonstration of how Republican governance works. And it created a lot of anger amongst both the liberals in Texas, but certainly the Republicans and the apoliticals of Texas as well.
The third shooting in Texas directed at ICE or CBP. This must stop.
And at the same facility, there was a bomb threat in August. And then in July, a police officer was shot in the neck in an ambush-style attack outside of an ICE detention facility here in Alvarado, Texas. But Harris, there has been a lot of questions about what the motive is. And I think
weren't those dudes vets too? The ones that did that? That didn't get a lot of coverage in the media because I think that they were fearful that that would invite copycats too. But I'm pretty sure it was a bunch of fucking Marines that did that. Again, remember, I warned about this. I talked about this even before the election. As I brought back historical examples, as Donald Trump was running around talking about Operation WB. Okay, won't say the word; it's a slur. I talked about how these kinds of mass deportation initiatives invite a lot of resentment from the local population where you do it. And people who might be previously Republican, people who might have voted for the party in charge to do these sorts of things, once implemented, will have a very different attitude. Okay? Donald Trump was running around celebrating Eisenhower in the aftermath of the Bracero program, doing mass deportations of those of Mexican background, including American citizens of Mexican background, for the record, all the way down to the migrant workers that they had brought into the country, and the people that were hunting down the marshals that were trying to do this deportation policy were the fucking Texan ranchers.
Documents and what the FBI director, Kash Patel, just put out paints a pretty clear picture there.
Brooke, thank you very much for getting us started. I want to bring in now Tom Homan, border czar, and you have been warning us about this as a country for months. You have said this on this very program. If you have just a moment to stand by, I'm going to play you saying what you knew would happen.
I said 2 months ago, Harris, that if this rhetoric didn't stop, there would be bloodshed. And I'm telling you, it's only a matter of time before there's an incident where an ICE agent is going to have to take a life or an ICE agent is going to lose a life. Being compared to Nazis and racists, that it's going to end with the use of force, that either a criminal is going.
I think one of the quickest ways to not be compared to the Nazis is to not do Nazi shit, by the way. Like conscientious objectors, demands from within to say like, hey, what we're doing is actually unconscionable and wrong, because it is, right? But instead, they are going to stamp out discontent. That's what they're going for. They're going to keep up the brutal enforcement of mass deportations, and people's resentment is going to continue growing towards these mass deportation initiatives because they are objectively violent. And anyone that actually experiences anger against this kind of thing for watching their neighbors get ripped apart from their families by masked agents of the state that are simply following orders, okay? They're going to be like, that's some Nazi shit. What the fuck are you doing? And then they're going to come and arrest you, too, for saying that's Nazi shit.
Want to die or an officer's
Yeah,
going to
by the way, he says, oh, this is only going to lead to ICE officers like murdering someone. It already has, for the record. It has.
die. It's going to end up with a loss of life, and it's not over. I mean,
Says you law, it's very rare to see people call you Nazi, but anybody, including especially the most insane people ever, can go online and call you a Nazi, says Marxist Love. What do you mean? I don't think you are around normies at all. Normies don't like this shit, dude. It's very obvious. Also, calling your fucking political opponent a fascist or a Nazi, especially post-World War II, is quite literally one of the most common things that people do. I would go so far as to say that normies experience this kind of discontent towards the administration and are more willing to say this is fascist, this is unacceptable, than people calling me a fucking terrorist in the real world as opposed to online. Especially because the fault lines in which people call me a terrorist are on an issue that has swung societal attitudes dramatically in my direction. Can you imagine an average person turning around and being like, oh, you oppose Israel's genocide? You're a terrorist? Especially now in broad daylight in public? Nobody's fucking doing that. That's ridiculous.
Rhetoric has to end. So rhetoric needs to be tapped down or you're going to see more bloodshed. I called it 2 months ago, and unfortunately I was right.
Once again, the question I have is this. Do you think the average person looks to what the administration is doing with these mass deportations and goes, I thought these were, you know, rapist decapitators that were getting apprehended. I'm only seeing a bunch of dudes that work in the fucking fields and dudes getting packed up at Home Depot for wanting to work a construction job for pennies on the fucking dollar. Where are the serial killers that you guys are apprehending? This is fucked up. I see that a lot more common. What do you think is more common in the normie sphere? People looking at that and going, that seems like some fucking Nazi shit. Or people running around being like, oh, you oppose Israel? You're a terrorist. What do you think is more common? Discontent towards the administration for specifically its mass deportation policies, or discontent towards those who criticize Israel for doing a genocide? Look no further than the polls to realize that the popular support is both against the administration on ICE and also against the administration and its unlimited loyalty demonstrated to Israel as it conducts a genocide.
And then now the new chapter of a detainee being the person who was killed and another detainee, a couple of them wounded in all of this. Your first reaction?
I wish I was wrong, but I've seen this movie before. I've been doing this, Harris, since 1984. I got over 4 decades doing this job, and I've seen this movie before. I've never seen it this bad, but you know, the rhetoric is what's causing all this hate, and it convinces that small percentage on the left that hate ICE to take action. When they have a congressman or someone that ran for vice president of the United States comparing ICE to Nazis, that gives some of these nuts, it emboldens them to take action. And there's been 3 shootings in Texas alone. There was a gunman that showed up at a Border Patrol facility and started shooting at them. He picked the wrong facility. He picked a SWAT facility, and those officers end up taking his life. Then there's a shooting just south of Dallas where they attacked an ICE facility and 1 officer was shot in the neck. Then this latest incident. This is based on hate that's being fueled by the media and members of Congress and governors and mayors. You played it on your show. We got to stop. ICE agents are enforcing the law Congress enacted. If you don't like what ICE is doing, then go tell Congress, because they wrote the laws that ICE is obligated and took an oath to enforce. They're making this country safe again. Every day they take a public safety threat or a national security threat off the street, it makes that community safer. All these politicians and mayors and governors should be calling President Trump and thanking them for making their community safe again.
You know, the president has been talking about the high numbers of people that you all are looking at, and this was a processing center, or is, in Dallas, and that's kind of the last step before many of them will be kicked out of the country because they came here illegally.
Again, they can't even speak to the humanity of those who were shot and are critically injured or killed. Because if they do, then all of a sudden it's like, well, you were chaining them. You know what I mean? It's so crazy. It's such a strange environment that we're in, where like this dude ended up shooting and killing a detained migrant. This dude ended up shooting and killing a detained migrant that was like kidnapped by ICE. And because on the one hand, the higher priority here is to justify that mass apprehension, mass detention, mass kidnapping initiative, you can't recognize the humanity of those who were slain. But also on the other hand, you want to really hype up this incident of political violence. And a part of that requires you to talk about the humanity of those who were slain. There's 2 different priorities here. On the one hand, they want to fucking stamp out any sort of political dissent, and therefore they want to make this like a broad leftist initiative. But on the other hand, because the people that this dude shot and killed were detained people who deserve the violence in the eyes of the administration, right? Maybe not that degree of violence, but even if that degree of violence does take place inevitably when they're in like an El Salvador detention facility or whatnot, it's still justifiable in their eyes because like they came here illegally. What are you talking about? They're clearly obsessed someone was killed. Really? When someone is killed, you turn around and go, they're an illegal alien. We are so sad that this illegal alien that we detained and basically put in chains was murdered. it feels like that's a bit of a conflict there, no?
Those numbers, are they higher than what we thought? Like, where are we in the numbers of people that you are looking for right now?
Well, look, last time I looked, we're at about 600.
I agree with the czar. This won't end well at all. Once the left gains power, the right will be the one shooting for not agreeing with the way since things are handled. Not good for anyone, to be honest. I like that we are just avoiding talking about the current existing system of violence that's taking place. We're fantasizing about hypothetical violence that might come in the aftermath of like left seizing power somehow and then dramatically restructuring American society in this left vision. And then there will be right-wing violence that takes place. The mind of a centrist is incredible to me, okay? Dog, the majority of times it's still the right, whether they're in power or out of power, whether the victim is a right-wing figure or not, the majority of times it's still the right doing the violence. Not that it matters ultimately. I think like this kind of back and forth on like where this political violence is coming from, I find to be a silly, foolhardy endeavor, because violence is a constant in American politics, both at the systemic level, but also certainly decentralized acts of violence as well. But, you know, even if you were to look at it from the point of ideology, like who is doing the violence, who's doing political acts of violence, who's responsible for a large share of domestic terror, for example, it's overwhelmingly far-right anti-government extremists.
100,000 illegal aliens with a criminal history walking the streets of this nation, mostly because of sanctuary cities. So they are the priority, right? So we're looking for them first. Worse is always first, but in sanctuary cities, if they're going to force us in the community to find the bad guy, and we find them with others, they're coming too. So sanctuary cities are...
It turns out in the absence of like a unified left opposition that is like very well organized and engaging in acts of like labor militancy, for example, or even engaging in acts of violence as like the KPD did during the Nazis' rise to power, it turns out that the right-wing administration in the United States of America will just invent one. They'll invent like a left boogeyman that they must stamp out. And in the absence of any sort of counter message from the left flank party, okay, the liberals, the Democrats, they can just get away with lying. They can get away with building a villainous force, even when all evidence presents the exact opposite reality. But remember, this is, I always repeat this, and it's really important. It's actually a big part of what I talk to the New York Times about, is that right-wingers can get away with violent political rhetoric by simply pointing to the pre-existing systematic forms of discrimination that have been normalized. That's why they don't have to be like, you got to take matters into your own hands and start fighting back or anything like that. No one has to ever say that. Ben Shapiro can run around and simply present the existing form of violence, like whether it be ICE deportations or whether it be police brutality that disproportionately targets black and brown communities and underserved neighborhoods, poor communities, and say, we want more of that. And broader societal attitudes do not automatically read that as someone demanding more violence. During the Jim Crow era, for example, you could look at the unjustifiable practice of segregation, an inherently violent practice that had inherently violent outcomes. And as long as you were not demanding lynchings, or even in some instances you could demand retribution of the sort, it was not seen by broader society as someone demanding more violence. It was seen as someone that was demanding the systems to exist in the exact same way. But if you said, we have to fight back against this, then you could be presented as someone who is actually violent. You're going against the existing law. Why wouldn't you want separate but equal? I mean, equality, it's right there in the name. It's separate but equal, right?
Saying, well, they're arresting non-criminals because you forced us into the neighborhood to find that guy. And when we find them many times with others, we're not going to turn our back. We're not going to enforce the law that Congress enacted. We're not going to uphold the oath we took. If you want less collateral arrests, then let us in the damn jail. We're safe for the agent, it's safe for the alien, and it's safe for the community. But they won't do it. Look,
we were always careful with the Nazi comparisons here in Germany for a reason, because there are levels to oppression and right-wing ideology, but the shit going down in the U.S. literally goes by the Nazi handbook. Not only the rhetoric, but the whole ideological skeleton. And this Horst Wessel shit with Kirk proves the point again. ICE literally behaves like the SA. Oh, for sure. And like, remember, remember, just as the Nazis did, they obviously exist within the confines of reason when they're expanding on the permission structure of violence. They're not going to immediately be like, every liberal that says you should be nice to gay people are my op. They're not going to immediately, the Nazis never went around being like, we're evil and we love doing evil. And that's why we want to apprehend all socialists and all communists and all Jews because they're nice. They don't present it. They didn't present it like that. They went through a process of steady dehumanizing and really escalating the tensions, claiming that these guys were actually responsible for so much terror, so much bloodshed, that the communists were an extremist force that was causing so much terror in the hearts and minds of the public, and they must be excised with state violence, right? They presented it ahead of time. They presented it as like the reasonable position. People have such a funny black and white understanding of like fascism and how it develops and how the out groups are presented and how the in group is presented, because we have like, I guess the hindsight bias here. Like we assume that the Nazis were just like, hello, we are the bad guys. We love doing bad shit. All of our opponents, they are the good guys. They love doing good shit. But because we are the bad guys, we are going to do bad things to them. That's not how that works. That's never how it's worked. There has never been a system of violence that was enforced and defended by those in positions of power while simultaneously recognizing that they're bad. Of course.
Throughout my career, I buried Border Patrol agents. I buried ICE agents. I've handed too many folded flags to spouses and children of those that died in line of duty. For God's sake, stop the rhetoric. Let's sit down and talk. But you can't keep attacking these men and women. They're patriots.
Okay, for God's sake, I'm turning into Tom Homan. For God's sake, stop mass deportations. Stop mass apprehensions. It is unjustifiable. It is evil. It is violent. Please stop it. We say it all the time. Nobody listens. Please stop it. Please. It's just like, oh, why don't we just debate it? It's like, what can we debate? Nobody's listening. It's not like there isn't mass discontent against this sort of stuff. There is. You know what I mean? It's like there are polls conducted on this, okay? This was Trump's most popular policy, okay? And once implemented, very quickly, especially in areas where it was implemented by force, people didn't like it. Even people who voted for Trump didn't like it. Why? Because it was built on a mountain of lies. The notion that like undocumented migrants were responsible for a large share of crimes on U.S. soil was a lie. It was the actual opposite of reality, okay? And the extra silly notion that when these undocumented migrants were doing crimes, that they would not get apprehended and subsequently deported in the previous woke administration was such a fucking laughable lie that I'm shocked that people even entertain that, even for a brief moment. Like, what an insane thing. All the cops, all the ICE agents, all the people, all the judges under the Biden administration were like, oh my God, are you a Guatemalan migrant? Well, we caught you red-handed. You decapitated children, but we simply can't do anything about it. You're free to go and decapitate more children. Like, that's an insane fucking narrative. That is an insane narrative that they designed. And in the absence of no pushback from the left flank, in the absence of no pushback from the Democrats ever on these silly-ass fucking narratives, of course, the administration came to power and was like, there's the serious thing happening. There's the serious thing happening. Guatemalans are mass decapitating children. We have to fucking deport all these serious criminals that were previously left undeported by the woke Brandon administration. Okay. And then people very quickly realized that was not the case. Why are you deporting a gay Venezuelan barber? Why are you deporting a guy who's just working construction, who's a fucking union member? Those guys didn't do shit. I thought this was the violent rapist decapitators that were being deported. Turns out none of these motherfuckers have done that. None of these motherfuckers have done that. So when people realize that that's just a lie, they get resentful. They get angry. They go, oh, okay, well, I was duped. It's a very hard thing for a lot of people to come to terms with, by the way, right? There's this attitude of sunk costs, or there's this cult-like attitude almost where you just cannot come to terms with the fact that you were duped. Nobody wants to feel stupid. Nobody wants to feel silly. Nobody wants to feel like they were made a fool of the administration. So some people do double down on it. But many others, once they actually see the policies of deportation in their neighborhoods, they very quickly grow distaste for said policies. They very quickly realize this wasn't what I thought it was going to look like. And when that happens, they turn around and they say, fuck ICE. I don't want this to happen. This is ridiculous. They experience buyer's remorse. And when they experience buyer's remorse, they go out and they protest. First, they call up their congresspersons. There is no ability to actually make your congresspersons listen to your quite reasonable demands, obviously. There is it seems like we are just unilaterally being controlled by the White House at this point. So much for the separation of powers. It doesn't fucking really exist anymore. Trump can do whatever the fuck he wants, and people just kind of go along with it, right? So then that discontent grows. That anger grows, that resentment grows, and then the protests grow. And then people say, fuck ICE. More and more people start saying, fuck ICE, fuck the administration, fuck Trump. You're behaving like a Nazi. And in that process, under a normal theoretical democratic governance, right, the people in power are supposed to look at that discontent and go, oh shit, we're losing the broad popular mandate that we won. Okay, even though they didn't really win broad popular mandate, obviously. But we're losing even our own fans here. We got to do something about it. We got to change our attitude. But as long as they don't do that, and they just keep focusing on those who are saying fuck ICE, or those who are saying fuck this administration, this is not democracy, as long as they try to silence those people, the discontent will only continue to grow.
Their moms and dads too. And I want to see every one of them go home to their families every night. And I pray for.
It doesn't help that people come into terms with being wrong when liberals go around and scold them and say, see, I was right, stupid, and you deserve what you voted for. That's why I don't do that. That's why I don't do that. I never do that. I don't do that about Israel. I don't do that about anything, because that's not productive. Okay? That's not a productive way to approach this situation. We need the numbers. You shit on everyone. What do you mean? No. When have I ever shat on someone who has experienced a change of heart? As a matter of fact, I even yelled at liberals in the immediate aftermath of the election that turned around and said, oh, now I'm calling ICE on my neighbors that voted for Trump that have undocumented relatives. I said that was ridiculous. I said that they were playing the role of little fascists. I talked about the hypocrisy. I talked about the violence that they take on and how little they clearly gave a shit about this kind of violence taking place. I know people were being passionate, tensions were high and whatnot, but I've told you over and over again, having a principled stance on these issues and wanting to make change in a society that refuses to change, in systems that refuse to actually to change in the positive direction, you need all the numbers. You need all the numbers you can get. That's why I always try to preach to this audience to be more tolerant of those who in the past have exhibited intolerance, right? It's a big part of my argument. It's a big part of my advocacy. You can be a little bit critical of people's intentions as, attitude shift, especially those with a lot of influence, right? Having said that, however, it's still important, especially when you're talking to regular people in the real world, it's still important to be as accepting of those who have actually changed their minds on these sorts of things, no matter how vicious they might have come across initially, because we need them. We need them. We need everyone.
That. And I pray for the safety of those we're looking for. No one needs to die. There's no death sentence here. Let ICE do their job. Let them take. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. I wanted to just give some receipts for what you're saying. So there have been 9 notable anti-ICE or anti-CBP attacks, acts of violence during President Trump's second term. And just last week, violent protests, and this is the video after the scroll that I wanted to show. Just last week, violent protests broke out at an Illinois.
Look. Look at this. Look at this. They're like, oh, violent incidents, okay? And some of them are violent. And then others are literally just like attacks by rocks and sticks. That's crazy. Kaya, please. Go, lady. Go, lady. You are requested. Your presence is requested. Good girl. Good girly. Anyway, as I was saying, it's crazy to look at the asymmetry here, right? These are dudes with like high grade military equipment that are going around to fields where people are working and mass apprehending and arresting them under the suspicion that they might be Mexican. And then when someone goes, nah, fuck that, and like throws a rock or a stick, that's like, this is the most violent incident that has taken place. And a lot of Americans actually do operate on this boundary where they go, yeah, you can't do that. What the fuck do you mean? Yeah, you're going to get shot. It's like, if you have an anti-violence position that is consistent across the board, you should be in utter horror at the systematized version of violence that is unfolding in front of our eyes. When you got a fucking unaccountable military being applied domestically to your neighbors that are getting mass apprehended for a minor crime, only to be deported to an El Salvador slave labor prison colony. Yeah. Like here's a great example of that. That asymmetry.
That was really cool, guys. You guys are super cool for that. Wow.
A lot of Americans actually look at this and go, well, you got what you deserve. There is a bootlicker tendency in the minds of many, many Americans. Okay? I think this is completely and utterly unacceptable. Like, look at that. Look at the cruelty. Look at the enjoyment they seemingly derive from behaving in this fucking violent way. You have to always apply this standard. Is the apprehension worthy of the offense? Is the reaction worthy of the initial offense here? That's an old lady, man. That's an old lady. He immediately, close up, starts peppering paintball rounds at this old lady, and then goes for the throat and just slams her into the fucking concrete. And look at the modesty presented here. The first thing that she's still thinking about, even when she's going down, is to just hide, is to make sure that she's not on the ground, and you know, you can see her body, that she's not exposed. That's a hero. They slam her into the ground. And then the first thing that they do after they slam her into the ground, when you know she is no longer a threat, she was never a threat to begin with, but she is absolutely not a threat any longer by every metric, they start shooting her. How can we act as though we live in a civilized society when the agents of the state behave like this? How? I don't look at what these guys are doing as anything but same kind of violence, if not worse, because they have the mandate, the broad mandate of the state to do this sort of thing. So they have a higher power here, they have to exercise restraint here more than the average person does. But I look at this as violence. I see this as what it is, violence. Unfortunately, for many Americans, once someone is wearing the badge or wearing the military gear, they do not see it as such. They don't see it as such. They see someone wearing the badge and they think they can do whatever they want. There has to be, and there is, within the confines of the law, there is a concept called proportionality. Okay? Whether you are the military or whether you are a member of law enforcement in any capacity, or even if you are someone who is adjudicating over a court case, there's a concept of proportionality. Is the incident that demands a response from the police or from a legal authority worthy of this level of violence? Is it proportional? Or is it an escalation? This cannot be seen as anything but a severe escalation. I don't think a lot of Americans understand what it looks like when this system collapses, when people no longer have faith. Americans are very fortunate to have lived in this bountiful empire where no matter how bad things get, there is still like some infrastructure that you can rely on. The notion that like people nominally care about the Constitution and these other institutions like the courts, right? There are certain principles that we care about, that we hold near and dear, okay? And we've taken that for granted. And while all of that is being ripped away from us, we fail to comprehend what it looks like if people do not have any faith in these systems whatsoever, okay? That's chaos. That's chaos. That's uncontrollable chaos. That is a terrifying prospect. This is why I've always railed against accelerationism, even though it's seemingly out of my hands at this point. And it seems like the liberals were the accelerationists all along with their inability to address the crisis at hand. They have allowed the Republicans to win over and over again and continue to accelerate. When all institutions fail and we have no one to rely on but ourselves, that creates an environment of instability, fear, and chaos. This is what happens when the social fabric rips apart in front of our eyes. When a guy that does that, when a member of law enforcement does that to a person engaging in an act of civil disobedience, and there are no punishments for that person, you teach every single other member of law enforcement that that is appropriate, that no amount of violence that you engage in is going to be punishable. And when they keep doing this over and over again, and no punishments come from these other institutions that are supposed to issue punishments, people lose faith. People lose faith in the systems. People lose faith in the Constitution. People lose faith in those who are technically, in theory, tasked with defending them, because that's what these guys are supposed to be doing. That's what all of these guys are technically doing, right? They're supposed to be defending us. This is in our best interest, right? That's what it's supposed to be. Do you feel like any action that you saw, whether it be the people that are detained inside of this unmarked van, or the way that they escalated, the way that they shot and brutalized this person engaging in an act of civil disobedience, did any of that feel like it was done for you? Did you feel like you were protected? Not to say I agree with the counter as this level of action deters future action. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It never does. That's the problem. Because as long as these issues are left unaddressed at the legislative agenda, as long as these issues are left unaddressed by those in power, the discontent grows. This actually invites tremendous resistance, because there is a level of discontent that people will, a level of stress that people will abide by as long as they have some kind of firm commitment that it might not be perfect, but the government still is there to keep things in order. Once you completely lose confidence, born out of behavior exactly like this and the lack of accountability that you see from these institutions that are supposed to be defending your best interests, you lose faith. And when you completely lose faith, there's only two ways out of that. You lose faith and you continue protesting and you continue trying to make the government listen to your demands. And the government can either cave and say, you know what, you were right. After a period of unrest, we have decided that we have to take action and we have decided we're going to go in a different direction. Or they actively increase the suppression. They actively increase the repression, prosecution of political opponents, mass apprehension, the erosion of the First Amendment. And it terrifies me that we're moving in that direction. It terrifies me that the administration is setting up the stage for prosecution of all political dissidents. They will act as though it is people like myself, people like yourselves, organizers, activists that are the reason why people are out in the streets, and not because they see armed, masked agents of the state in unmarked vans kidnapping people. That's not what's pissing people off. It's actually the commentators that are really signaling that this is wrong. Look, I will assure you that I'll be here for as long as I can, okay, till the very last step. But make no mistake, I'm warning all the liberals and anyone who's apolitical in your lives that we have to be organized, okay? We have to be organized because I don't see this going in a positive direction. Luckily for us, the administration is somewhat responsive still to backlash, but there are certain agendas, there are certain agenda items that they won't let go of no matter how unpopular it gets, whether it be Israel and our deep loyalty and commitment to continuing Israel's genocide, or whether it be mass apprehensions of people. I guess the only thing that I can hope for is how incompetent they are, because their demands for purity in the form of loyalty in the administrative state has created an environment where the people who are actually in control over these institutions are so imaginably incompetent that they end up enforcing petty grievances perhaps far too quickly, and that creates a lot of backlash, which forces them to back away. Why are you warning liberals? It was liberals who were all in on Trump's threat to democracy in 2024. Why am I warning liberals? Because they didn't take it seriously back then, because if they had done so, they would have actually done something about it, and they're still not taking it seriously right now. I know for a fact that there are a lot of people out there who probably think, who are either apolitical and completely oblivious to what's going on, or are liberals and they were like, we voted, we did our job, now it's up to everybody else, fuck them, okay? That don't realize that they too need to be out in the fucking streets, okay? I know that there are a lot of people who still blame the left, for example, who say, oh, you guys didn't vote. They fantasize about leftist inaction here. They don't look at the situation as the left warning, people like myself warning the Democrats to take action, to counter message against a lot of these broad initiatives that the administration ran on, no matter how racist they got, because they were actually creating an environment of hysteria that they would be the only people who could directly solve this manufactured problem that they created. This is what my position has been from the jump. It's my position when liberals are in power. It's my position when Republicans are in power. It's always been what I have said. And to be fair, there are liberals. There are a lot of liberals, whether it be the No Kings protests or whether it be any other kind of protest that liberals have engaged in. There are so many more people who also see the discontent, who also feel the resentment towards this administration and want their voices to be heard. To be fair, I guess my message is more so to the extremely online part of this equation, those who see themselves as speaking to this increasingly shrinking audience of like institution defenders. You know what I mean? Come on, man. Don't go calling indivisible liberals. What? A lot of people on your Facebook feeds, like the Barbaras and the Debras and whatnot, they're already on this like fuck Donald Trump, fuck ICE, he's a pedophile tip. But the reason why I also call out the liberals here is because there are massive numbers of people who self-identify in that vein. That's it.
There's another shooting at an ICE facility in Texas yesterday.
Terrible.
Detainees were killed. The FBI director posted on social media bullets that were engraved with the message anti-ICE.
Right.
He just posted another thing on social media saying they recovered a handwritten note from the subject that read, hopefully this will give ICE agents real terror to think, is there a sniper with AP rounds on that roof? Who do you hold responsible for the uptick in left-wing violence in the country?
Radical left rhetoric. The radical left is causing the problem. They're out of control. They're saying things, and they're really dumb people. I mean, I look at Crockett. I look at some of these people. They're
See, look, they're like, who's the radical left? It's not like the people that liberals have fancied to be villains here. It's everybody, okay? Jasmine Crockett is a liberal, but in the eyes of Donald Trump, she's a radical leftist. Why? Because she's black. Okay? That's why. Let's be fucking real. Let's not mix our words here, okay? Because she's black and she's bold, okay? I don't agree with her worldview. I don't agree with her her legislative agenda, but it doesn't matter. She's a black woman and she's loud, and he fucking hates that. It's the same exact reason as to why, for example, Donald Trump, or not Donald Trump, sorry, but MAGA, in the aftermath of Tyler Robinson shooting Charlie Kirk, instantly issued bomb threats to HBCUs. What the fuck did black people have to do with this? They didn't do shit. If you want to look at this on purely racial boundaries, Tyler Robinson is white as fuck. Mormon family, MAGA family, shoots Charlie Kirk, also white as fuck. What do the people who are fans of Charlie Kirk turn around and do? What do the people in the MAGA movement do? They go and issue bomb threats to the fucking historic black colleges and universities. What the fuck did they do? Not only that, but then you got motherfuckers showing up, PragerU influencers who took time out of their busy schedules to defend Israel's genocide, going to HBCUs and trying to foment hate in HBCUs to be like, oh, I'm just trying to do a change my mind video. Everybody knows what you're trying to fucking do, man. Fuck you mean? And then they sit there as though this was like a sincere effort. It's crazy. So understand that this is not unique to whoever they are presenting as like radicals and dangerous terrorists or whatever the fuck. They call everybody. It's the same principle behind like liberals who are like, we're not communists. We're not communists. Like, what? We're not. We're not communists. We're socialists, or we're not socialists. We're Democrats. Like, people do this shit all the time, right? They'll be like, we're Democrats. We're not socialists at all. Meanwhile, these guys don't make that distinction. They say everything is a socialist. They say everything is a communist. They don't make that distinction at all. So why do you seek to alienate those who are on your side actively? It makes no fucking sense. It makes no sense. These guys don't care. They don't hate you because they think you believe in workers seizing the means of production. They hate you because you oppose this administration. And you oppose the administration in the same way that we oppose this administration for the same exact shit. It's so silly. It's so stupid. Wake up.
Very low IQ people, actually. But the radical left is causing this problem. Not the right, the radical left. And it's going to get worse, and ultimately it's going to go back on them. I mean, bad things happen when they play these games. And I'll give you a little clue. The right is a lot tougher than the left. But the right's not doing this. They're not doing it, and they better not get them energized, because it won't be good for the left. And I don't want to see that happen either. I'm the president of all the people. But the radical left is causing this. Radical left Democrats are causing this problem, and it gets worse. It gets worse, and it'll be a point where other people won't take it anymore, and that will not be good for the radical left, and we don't want that. Okay, thank you.
Our law enforcement officers make sure that they're able to do their work and uphold the law in a manner that allows them to go home safely to their families at night.
Yeah, obviously concerns for their safety, for the safety of the detainees who were there, given the 3 people who were shot today were detainees. The acting ICE director...
Because you voted for the left and they didn't give you social left policies, and now a lot of the left are resentful, happens over and over, creates division. I mean, sure, but it doesn't really matter right now is what I'm saying, because it doesn't matter in the eyes of the administration. Here, I'll give you an example. This is such a unique example that many people will not understand, especially in a community as white as this one. Okay? I have a lot of first generation Nigerian friends. Okay? Nigerian migrants. And this is black people's business firmly. Okay? I'm going to give you a little story. Okay? A lot of first generation migrants from Africa have some unsavory opinions over black people in the United States of America, where they think like, I come from a different background. I'm different than African Americans. Okay? They assume that those in positions of power will view it the same. Okay? There's even a term for it. Some Nigerians will call black people Canadians as a substitute for like the N-word. You know, people do different things. It's regional, regardless. Okay? Another more common meta that you have probably seen as a meme or as a joke is like when someone says, I'm not black, I'm Dominican, right? But the difference is, at least with my friends, I have experienced this in real time. Those attitudes very quickly change when they meet someone in a position of power, someone that has power over them, like a cop, and the cop does not make that distinction. Because in the eyes of a law enforcement officer, you're black. They don't care. There is no diaspora. There is no, oh, you're first generation African migrant. You're black. That's how white supremacy works. And very quickly they realize, that there is no distinction because that's how white supremacy operates. That's how it is. Okay? And the same goes for this administration and the way that they treat any kind of discontent. They don't look through it and they don't parse through it to be like, well, this guy is a radical Marxist, whereas this person is actually a free market liberal, right? The TDS is real. Yeah, this is definitely Trump derangement syndrome. Trump derangement syndrome is when you listen to the words of Donald Trump and you say, hey, this is going to a scary place, I think. And then that's it. That's Trump derangement syndrome. My pro MAGA friend is trying to tell me not to watch you because you apparently ate human brains at one point. Do you have any idea what the fuck he's going on about? Come on, man. That's cool, I guess. I don't know. I didn't know that it was the new meta was just they've moved on from insane. They've leveled up. I guess that's the last like insane smear that they could present, right? Yeah, I've eaten a human brain. But of course, because of the woke, Antifa adjacent, radical leftist, Marxist Joe Biden administration, they let me go. Let's continue.
Said that the people who were in custody were not the intended targets of this shooting. I think some people might ask, well, given it was detainees who were shot today, what that information is based on tonight.
Well, we'll wait for the FBI to do their work, but we do know that the way that this building was covered in bullet holes, which was discovered, after the shooting happened and after the immediate, consequences that we saw when everybody started to do investigative work, we saw that literally the building was showered with bullets, and when we saw the ammunition and how it was marked as well, I think that is helping investigators to find out what a motive might be. But we don't believe from the pattern that we've seen that there was a specific individual that the shooter was looking for.
Okay, and the vehicle that was being investigated earlier that I mentioned with that sign on it, do you know if that did belong to the shooter here?
Yeah, I can confirm that. I believe that they're investigating all vehicles that would be left around the facility. So I don't have any information that would say they believe that belongs to the shooter. I think that they're truly examining any vehicle that is left parked there, recognizing that the shooter no longer is alive and that he may have left a vehicle behind. And so they're looking at every single one that may be sitting there and has been there over the last 24 hours.
And we heard earlier that this shooter, this 29-year-old man, was on the radar of law enforcement beforehand. Do you know why he was on their radar? What had he done or what he was known for?
I can't speak to that in the case at this time, but I do know that those details will be released when it's appropriate.
Has anything else been revealed to you in terms of, the footage they've been able to see, in terms of him getting access to the rooftop, or anything in terms of how he got there and when?
Nothing's been released to the public yet, although I do know that we'll be conducting those types of informational press conferences, interviews, letting people know as the case can be revealed. We want to make sure that we don't compromise it, but that we also focus on what we can do.
Trump is live from the Oval. Let's go. Another executive order.
We want the hostages back. We want the bodies back. And we want to have peace in that region. So we had some very good talks. As you know, I had President Erdogan here, Turkey, and we had a great meeting today. I think we had a meeting that was very conclusive in so many different things that we wanted, things that he wanted, and that was good. We'll be announcing that sometime later, and he'll be making an announcement too. But we had a great meeting with Turkey, and they're a very respected president, and spent time. We had lunch, and we had a lot of good discussions. So those two things, and we have some executive orders today to sign that are very important for the country. And we'll start off with one that's a proclamation. And want to do that, Will?
Yes, sir. So today is Gold Star Mothers and Families Day. This is an annual proclamation. This is to commemorate the fallen, those who have died for all of our freedoms and for our country, and for their families who have suffered such grievous losses. But this is a proclamation commemorating Gold Star Mothers and Gold Star families.
Yeah, and they're great people. Incredible people, what they've had to go through. Very few people could have gone through this kind of thing. Gold Star. Okay. Thank you very much. I'll put it over here, Steve.
Next, sir, we have an executive order on TikTok. From the first days of your administration, you've charged a team from your administration, led by Vice President Vance, with ensuring that we can preserve TikTok as a platform for the 170 million Americans who use it, while ensuring that their data is properly protected as required by law. With this executive order, you will be effectively bringing into effect the agreement that will save TikTok and ensure that it can operate safely and securely.
So this is interesting because I had a very good talk with President Xi, a lot of respect for him. Hopefully he has a lot of respect for me too. And we talked about TikTok and other things, but we talked about TikTok, and he gave us the go-ahead. You know, it's run by American investors and American companies, great ones, great investors, the biggest. You don't get bigger, I don't imagine. And maybe I'll have JD. JD was very much involved and in charge of it. And maybe I'll have you say a few words about the deal. He would report back, and the points of the deal, I think, are great for our country. So, JD, do you want to give it a little talk, please?
Yes, sir. Yeah. So thank you, sir, for your leadership and for your help. We really couldn't have done this without the president actually ushering this deal over the finish line. There was some resistance on the Chinese side, but the fundamental thing that we wanted to accomplish is that we wanted to keep TikTok operating, but we also wanted to make sure that we protected Americans' data privacy as required by law, both because it's the right thing to do, but also because it's a legal requirement of the law that was passed last year by Congress. So we think that we were able to do that. Of course, we're going to keep on working at it, but this deal really does mean that Americans can use TikTok, but actually use it with more confidence than they had in the past, because their data is going to be secure and it's not going to be used as a propaganda weapon against our fellow citizens. We're very excited about it. We appreciate the cooperation of everybody involved, and it's a big day.
And I think I can say that especially the young people, they really wanted this to happen. They did not want to have TikTok close. And I got, a little used to TikTok. I used it myself during the campaign, and it was very successful because you know how I did with the young voter. And Charlie helped me a lot too, and he said to me, you should go on TikTok. And it actually had, because we got record votes with the young voter, as you know, for the election. So I was a little bit prejudiced.
Dog, we are
in that
so
way
cooked,
toward
by the way.
TikTok. It was very good. And very
Larry
meaningful,
Ellison,
but we
like
have
every
American investors
single,
taking it over, running
every
it,
single
highly
outlet.
sophisticated.
Every single
including
outlet, from
Larry Ellison.
mainstream news, obviously, as we knew already,
Oracle, I guess, is gonna
down
be very
to
playing a very big role in
independent
safety
social media
and
platforms that are supposed to be independent, comprised heavily of like user-generated
Literally, I would
content,
get a call
are now
from friends of
completely
mine who were
captive.
fathers of young people saying, could you do me a favor? Could you get it approved, please? My son
There is
driving
nothing.
me crazy.
There is no.
So we're getting it
I
done,
don't
and
know
they have a
what
big
this is going to look
audience,
like. I don't know what level of suppression that they're going to immediately implement. It seems like for TikTok, they've already designed it in a way ahead of time before this sale took place, that they already brought in like an anti-Semitism czar, stuff like that. But Larry Ellison, the mega billionaire Oracle founder and the IDF's largest private donor, is now taking control of both CBS, Paramount, TikTok, and maybe even potentially CNN. They will have control over not only the content, but also user data as well. It is so insanely
it's owned by
cooked.
Americans. It's, and very sophisticated Americans and people that love the country, and very smart Americans too. So they don't want anything like that to happen. Yes, please.
Larry Ellison's son is the one who purchased Paramount.
I don't think so. Not that I know. This is going to be American operated all the way.
So do not use
and,
TikTok. Got it. That's not what I'm saying.
Great respect.
I'm just
for
saying, be
President Xi,
careful.
and I very much appreciate that he approved the deal. Because
I'm going to keep.
To get it done properly, we really needed the
Just as I haven't
support
given
of
up
China
on
and the
Twitter,
approval of China.
regardless,
Yes,
because
ma'am.
I see at least some benefits, despite the fact that it's a hellish nightmare of epic proportions. I'm going to keep using any outlet that I can.
If I could, I'd make it 100% MAGA related. It's actually a good question, but I would, yeah, if I could make it 100% MAGA, I would, but it's not going to work out that way, unfortunately. No, everyone's going to be treated fairly. Every group, every philosophy, every policy will be treated very fairly. Thank you.
Mr. President, do you know the valuation? Do you know the American company is going to be valued in billions?
Well, they valued it very highly. They're paying a big number. Do you want to talk, Scott? Do you want to say something about value?
Well, I'll let the Vice
Okay,
President,
good.
and then
JD?
I can follow
And
up.
you'll say something.
Sure. Well, first of all, I would say all credit goes to the Secretary of the Treasury. Couldn't have got it done without Scott. Also couldn't have got it done without Sean Cooksey on my team, so thanks to them. The company will be valued around $14 billion. We actually think this is a good deal for investors, but ultimately the investors are going to make the determination about what they want to invest in and what they think is a proper value. The most important thing is that it does protect Americans' data security. It ensures TikTok is still accessible. And on this question of the algorithm, which we've heard this a lot, what this deal ensures is that the American entity and the American investors will actually control the algorithm. We don't want this used as a propaganda tool by any foreign government. We want to make sure that our people and our investors actually make these decisions based on what's good for their business as opposed to what's good for another government's propaganda arm. So that's what we've done with this deal. I think it's very good for the American people. And as the president said, young people love this. We actually want...
Bro, look at him. Look at him. I don't know what it is. He just looks so suspicious. He looks like he's hiding a secret. Okay? Like, even when he is not the main character of the story, he's still on the sidelines. Looks like he's up to some nefarious bullshit, dude.
Between the investor groups and then Treasury
Like,
and
look,
a group including
he's
the
just
Vice
standing
President's
there.
office were
It
in
looks like,
Madrid
yeah,
2
he's
weeks
standing there
ago to
looking like he's
negotiate
hiding
with
a zombie bite at all times, okay?
President Trump's close relationship with Party Chair Xi that we were able to get this across the line. We created a framework for Party Chair Xi to agree, and then on the leaders' call, Xi and President Trump discussed the final arrangement. So it was 1-2, and that was the final piece.
Will the U.S. government get any kind of annual payment as a result of this deal?
Taxes. It's going to make money, and we're going to get a lot of money in taxes. And, you know, China wanted to see this go. It's a great legacy for China, too. And, I thought President Xi was great in terms of his approval. We probably could have done it a different way, but it wouldn't have been the same. Wouldn't have been the same security at all, but I appreciated that he approved it. Well, we're going to be announcing different things, but the U.S. comes out great. And I think China comes out great because they're going to have a
Bro,
very
China
important
does not
legacy.
give
They
a
have
shit about
many other
nothing.
deals. You know, they have deals with us, and they have deals in here in this country.
China's just, they're trade maxing, okay? They're like, nope, not going to touch any of that. We're just trade maxing, baby. La boo-boos for all.
The U.S. company will have control over how the algorithm pushes content to users, and that was a very important part of it. We thought it was necessary for the national security element of the law. We also just think it's important to protect American users. Again, we want users to use this platform
Did we
the way
give
they
up
want to.
on passing laws completely? I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but the previous administration passed this one. Trump just basically slam dunked it. As a matter of fact, he gave China and TikTok a stay of execution until he could put together a favorable deal. This is a bipartisan thing that the Democrats certainly played a formative role in allowing to happen. Make no mistake, just another thing that you should be reminded of, that you should remember next time you hear a Democrat talk about some fucking, why we must capitulate to the right on this issue or that issue. Yeah, it was about Israel. That's the reason. They did this because of Israel. Thank God. Am Israel high, baby. You already know it's my favorite country on the planet, most moral nation on the planet. Obviously, duh. Everybody knows this. But I mean, here it is. Like this is what it is. Okay. There it is. There it is. You want to see? You want to see how this TikTok ban / subsequent ownership exchange took place? Why it took place? Here's Jonathan Greenblatt speaking to the Israeli Knesset in Israel. Okay. The CEO and national director of the ADL, also known as the Anti-Defamation League, also known as the Apartheid Defense League. Let's take a look.
You must take this deadly seriously.
Pushing extremists off Wikipedia might not seem equal to the challenge of pushing Hezbollah north of the Litani River. Capturing TikTok might seem less meaningful than holding on to Mount Hermon. Libelous tweets certainly might seem less deadly than missiles from Yemen. But this is urgent because the next war will be decided based on how Israel and its allies perform online as much as offline.
Straight up, bro. It's not like this is a secret. Like, he just saying it, dude. He is just straight up saying it. He just said it and it happened. I mean, now it's initiated. Here is more evidence for those of you who are wondering. Senator Mark Warner at the Munich Security Conference wants you to know the real story behind the TikTok ban, that Israel was the driving force behind the passage in Congress.
Legislation passed so quickly. If this is correct and there's not a lot of people that understand, somebody understood something.
I want to see if you're going to tell the real story.
Okay, the real. Well, first of all, let the record
We're talking
reflect.
about the TikTok legislation.
I left.
There's no AI legislation.
Senator, I left to produce more human beings, and they cost money. They're not making me money. And if everyone had followed Frank and my Irish Catholic lead and repopulated the earth, we would have already won this Cold War competition. How did it pass so quickly? I know we're running out of time. One, we stole the senator's work, and he did a lot of the, sincerely, a lot of yeoman's work in drafting an initial bill. We were able to sort of learn from that experience. We refined the approach. We worked with him. We worked with the executive branch. So we had a bipartisan consensus. We had the executive branch, but the bill was still dead until October 7th. And people started to see a bunch of anti-Semitic content on the platform. And our bill had legs again. And then there was a huge miscalculation by TikTok. When it became apparent that we were going to pass it out of committee, they forced sort of a pop-up on the app that allowed people to call their members of Congress. And kids were calling into their members of Congress during school hours threatening to commit suicide if TikTok went away. And for those of us who are concerned about the use of this platform for propaganda purposes.
TikTok made a huge mistake, which was the idea that we would follow the democratic wishes of the broad majority of the American public. What a stupid mistake. What a stupid mistake from TikTok or the Chinese government or whoever the fuck. Why would we ever listen to additional demands being made by constituents? What are you, fucking stupid? This is America. Big mistake. If anything, those demands made us way more likely to ban it because the goal was to suppress the flow of information. We are a nation that does not give a fuck when kids die in schools to school shootings. What makes you think children calling up their congresspersons is ever going to move the needle on anything? Be for fucking real.
There's a brainwashing. It sort of proved the point in the moment, and suddenly the bill passed. So it was the threat of espionage, the threat of propaganda, the good work of Senator Warner, and a few other players that all conspired.
And he got it out of a committee that is the most diverse in the House, from left to right, 50-0 after a classified. Yeah, that was a. He did a. You know, it was. People would not have bet on, but he and his Democratic colleagues did some great.
But to your point about democracy, I mean, that was a 3.
Why is TikTok a big deal? I get my genocide streams from Insta. I mean, TikTok has genuinely been one of the most consequential ways that broader audiences have actually reached this, have actually seen this information. That is precisely the reason why they took it away. Okay, that's precisely the reason why they were forcing the sell. I mean, they're admitting it right here. How many politicians do you need to hear from? Murphy specifically endorsed banning TikTok in order to suppress speech critical of Israel. In an interview with the Dispatch on Thursday, Chris Murphy of Connecticut, who previously spoke out in favor of restricting TikTok's access in the U.S., said he had moved from supporting regulating the social media platform to an outright ban since October 7 Hamas attack in Israel due to its ability to drive this narrative of hateful speech among young people. Make no mistake, they are not in any way, shape, or form invested in hate speech and combating hate speech at all. Look at goddamn Twitter. Okay, No, they were pissed off that people were developing anti-Israel sentiment. They don't like that you could say fuck Israel on there and reach a mass audience and show exactly why you were saying fuck Israel on there. That's what it is. That's it. That's it. That's all this is. And by the way, this doesn't mean that there wasn't a ton of Islamophobic or anti-Semitic or otherwise like super bigoted content on TikTok. You're purposely ignoring the allegations here. I'm going to ban you. Why are you ghosting Minion Discourse? Okay, take a day off. Take 24 hours off, chatter. I don't care to talk about minions right now. Jesus Christ. The way that TikTok is talking about Gaza is designed to divide Americans from each other, he told the digital news outlet. He added that he now thinks it was probably time to say that we shouldn't have a Chinese-owned social media company force-feeding divisive information to our kids. It wasn't any of the bigotries that were exploding on TikTok. It was anti-Israel sentiment. Make no mistake. They do not care about bigotry growing. They do not care about divisive content. If they did, they would pass legislation, which would probably be at odds with the First Amendment regardless. They did it because of anti-Israel sentiment. And it's not like they hide it. Because these are servile beings to their master, the almighty dollar, okay? They very openly were like, yep, we're doing it. We're doing it for Israel. We love it. We love Israel. The fuck are you going to do about it? And people at the time obviously didn't recognize it, or some people did. Some people were frustrated. I mean, obviously its impact has already taken place in terms of like a lot of people that now recognize exactly what happened post October 7. That's why there's so many. That's why there are so many protests happening all around the world. This will continue in other countries regardless. And it's not just about the TikTok ban in America or anything like that. I don't know why, but I've been getting a ton of pro-Palestine content on my TikTok as of 2 days ago, like every other video. Super for that, by the way. Well, for Meta, one way that I have seen Meta restrict this kind of access is they basically bracket you into the pro-Palestine slant. So they stunt your reach to other people that are using the platform, but they just stunt your reach to the pro-Palestine slant. So you think that like people are still seeing your content. In many cases they are, if you have a big audience like I do, for example, but you're walled off from the rest of the platform. And I think TikTok is probably doing that too, at least for the time being. Because the goal here isn't to like stop all kinds of information from spreading. The goal here is to stop it from spreading to people in the margins, okay? They don't want that information to reach the Barbers and the Debras, for example. They don't want that information to reach the timelines of like people who could potentially be convinced, could potentially see the truth about what Israel is doing. That's why the Hasanabi industrial complex is so important to spread the word. Yeah, that's why I also do a broad array of different types of content and talk about different like things that I care about, cultural issues that I speak on, things of that nature, because like I know that I can reach a broader audience like that, because obviously my commentary is outside of the confines of what is acceptable in mainstream news. My position is different than what you would normally encounter, and therefore it requires a tremendous amount of charitability. This is precisely the reason why a lot of the supposedly apolitical actors that do a lot of those like fuck Hassan videos have played a formative role in people never listening to what I have to say, because they've just written me off because the well has been poisoned well ahead of time. So they never actually come here to be like, let me just check. Let me check to see if what these guys are saying is correct. And instead, they just go back to the same places where they go back to the same places where there's just like a steady flow of fuck us on content. The second video TikTok fed me on my secondary phone was Charlie Kirk with 2 million likes. I also got Candace Owens Conspiracy at 800K likes. You don't get Palestine or leftist TikToks unless you search or train your algo. Yeah. I came here to check. Check what? Oh, you mean after seeing like all the focus on smears and stuff? Yeah. Here is more evidence of TikTok's role here. For the 170 plus Americans who use TikTok, a White House official confirms to me that President Trump will sign an executive order today approving a deal to move TikTok U.S. operations to the U.S. so the app can continue to be used. A senior White House official lays out some of the details behind the deal. This is the national political reporter for Spectrum News, Taylor Populars. A joint venture to move TikTok U.S. operation to the U.S. The executive order will approve the deal on the U.S. end. Trump has already signed an EO to extend the TikTok ban or sell date through mid-December. TikTok's U.S. algorithm will be controlled by a joint venture. There won't be a U.S. government-selected board member. Oracle will serve as the security provider. U.S. TikTok data is already stored on Oracle servers. They did that long ago. The deal will shift the security terms, which currently are set by TikTok. The joint venture will consist of new and existing investors. The White House feels confident China has approved the deal, no plans for additional talks. A regulatory review will still need to be completed. The White House estimates that the deal will be worth many billions. The White House was able to strong arm a valuable arm of the platform that is directed at the American market, an incredibly important market for many other international companies, for the record, because it's the most moneyed market out there, right? We are the consumption engine that drives the global economy in many respects. The White House basically said, if you want to keep your entry into the American market, you have to sell this valuable product to American investors. So it's a twofer. On the one hand, you forcibly take something that someone else has created. Once it reaches a level of value where you're like, I want this for my own people. I want this for my own homies. And it also says you do not get to dictate the algorithm any longer. You do not get to have any control over what Americans see. We must set the standard. We must set the tone. We will suppress and we will censor. A good reminder of how significant of a player TikTok has become in the U.S. media ecosystem. Remember, a fifth of U.S. adults now regularly get news on TikTok, up from just 3% in 2020. In fact, during that span, no social media platform we've studied has experienced faster growth in news consumption, according to a new Pew Research Center analysis. It is pretty wild that like virtually every single news outlet and virtually every single social media outlet is single-handedly owned by people who are just openly saying that they want to purchase these vectors of information with the grand interest of stamping out anti-Israel content. It feels like I'm going insane. This is like this is a wonderful gift to obviously all of the anti-Semites who constantly say like Jews control the media, this and that. And it's obviously still very much for Israel and not for Jewish people, considering that there is not a monolithic understanding of this amongst Jews in general. But it will be used beyond designing pro-Israel sentiment. If you think that this stays with Israel, you are dumb. Okay, it's not just going to be stamping out anti-Israel content. It's not just going to stay with that. It's going to be anti-ICE content, for example. It's going to be things that are favorable to the administration. These corporations are servile to the interests of not only other super wealthy individuals, but also the Trump administration. Okay? When the Trump administration decides, hey, LGBT content is getting a little out of hand, we got to do something about it, boom, gone. This is the much needed win that Trump needed. Tariffs failed, exports ban failed, military provocations failed, Asian countries won't fight us, and Europeans won't dare tariff us. Your empire is running out of cards. This is true.
I'm very dissatisfied with what Russia's doing and
yes,
what President
I will
Putin
watch.
is doing.
I will watch the South Park
killing
episode.
People for no reason whatsoever, and they are doing very poorly considering they have put it all out on the line. Their economy is going to hell. They're bombing the hell out of everything, and they're picking up a very little territory, if any. In fact, they're losing some territory. So I think it's been very bad for the reputation of Russia. This war should have been over. If this were our war, we would have had it over in 1 week. And they're getting into fourth year, Jeff. They're getting into the fourth year now. 4 year of fighting, and you see what they've taken. In the last month, they've taken very little, and you've been reporting on all the bombing, all the drones all over the place, 900 drones coming into certain areas like Kiev in one night. And with all of that work, they've taken over very little. So now I'm very disappointed in President Putin. I thought I solved 7 wars. In fact, we have a great leader coming. We have the Prime Minister of Pakistan coming and the Field Marshal. Pakistan Field Marshal is a very great guy, and so is the Prime Minister, both. And they're coming, and they may be in this room right now. I don't know, because we're late. And I said maybe they'd like to join the. They actually may be somewhere in the beautiful Oval Office. Yeah, please, behind you.
Did you promise leaders this week that you would not allow Israel to annex the West Bank? Is that something that you?
I will not allow Israel to annex the West Bank. No, I will not allow it. It's not going to happen. Yeah, but I'm not going to allow it. Whether I spoke to him or not, I did.
Yeah. Wait, all you need is a boss call from Miriam, okay?
There's been enough. It's time to stop now. Okay?
Yeah, just like he wouldn't allow the Gaza Riviera. I'm going to end the genocide. I'm going to end the war. Nope.
Remember when I said, is she a relation to the late, great Davy Crockett? I don't think so. Jasmine Crockett, let me tell you, before you even ask, she's a very low IQ person. I mean, if we ever had to pass an aptitude test, that's the one should take one, because she shouldn't even be in the crowd. So I have no idea what you're going to. But I don't think you should waste that.
The radical Jasmine Crockett, folks.
Who I can't even believe is a congressperson. Between her and Ilhan Omar and the group, I met the head of Somalia. Did you know that? And I suggested that maybe he'd like to take her back, and he said, "I don't want her." Okay, what else? Go ahead. You want? Let's hear what Crockett said. Go ahead.
She compared ICE raids to slave patrol. I want to ask you.
To slave?
There should be consequences for this correct comparison?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I think she's gone over the line, and I think a lot of the people. Look, the Democrats have become radical left lunatics. They have policies that nobody's going to buy. And, I see what's going on in New York. We're going to have perhaps a communist mayor, because it's split up. If the people would get together and have one candidate, they'd have, I think, a pretty good chance. But it looks like maybe they're not going to do that. But we're going to end up with a communist mayor. It's not even believable, my beautiful New York. When I left New York to become president, it was a great place. But it was the beginning of bad things, because we had de Blasio had just started as mayor, and I said, this guy's this guy's a real nut job. Went to Harvard to teach management. Can you believe it? He went to Harvard to teach city management, along with the mayor of Chicago, who went to Harvard to teach. The two of them are teaching how to manage a city manage it into hell, is what they do. But that was the beginning, and now we're going to go a step further. Now we're going with the communists. Can I be honest? I think it's the greatest thing to ever happen to the Republican Party.
Yeah? Why are you so bent then? Why are you so scared then?
If a communist takes over New York City, I think that's a gift.
They say this, but they don't actually believe it, weirdly enough. Because if they did, they wouldn't be doing everything in their power to try to try to basically consolidate power against Mamdani right now in the upcoming election.
That's a lot of pressure. I don't think they're very much pushing that. They're going to be very secure.
But could those games move if they don't cooperate with your prime?
Well, that's an interesting one, I guess, but we're going to make sure they're safe. They're run by radical left lunatics and that don't know what they're doing. Look at Washington, D.C. I just got numbers. There's like no crime in Washington, D.C. You, Jeff, will not be mugged walking down the street. You can walk down the street with your family. You can walk down your street with your wife, your daughter, your son, and you're not going to be. We took out 1,700 career criminals that we're not allowing back. And we have this city in great shape. There was a time when not long ago, when every single week you'd have at least one murder. And look what's happening with Washington. It's safe. I went to dinner in Washington just to prove a point. I gave a press conference in the middle of a street. I wouldn't say Secret Service was thrilled, but I did it, and here I am. Look, Washington, D.C. is such a great example of what can be done. We did it in 12 days. We made it very safe in 12 days, and now it's much safer than that. One other thing, I drove around Washington over the weekend, and I said, look at the difference. The grass looked great. Everything looked great. You know, we had a lot of our National Guard, and we didn't ask them to do it. They did it themselves. They're proud. They're great. And they were picking up paper. They were cleaning. The place looked really beautiful. So we have a great Washington, D.C. We, as you probably know, we're going into Memphis, and we're going into some other cities, and very soon we're going to go into Chicago. It will be safe for the World Cup. If I think it isn't safe, we'll move it into a different city. Absolutely. We'll take the World Cup. If I think it's not, it's actually a very fair question. If I think it's not safe, we're going to move it out of that city. If, like the governor of Illinois, who is, you know, look, last week, between last week and the week before, 11 murders, and 38 people were shot. Then he gets up and he says, this is a very safe, and then he says crime is better. The reason crime is better is because Cash put, about 5 months ago, a whole team of FBI people there to get ready for when we go in, and they've lowered it a little bit, you know, like 20, 25%, which isn't good enough, but it's a good start. But that was only put there because they're preparing for us to go in. And they've done, by the way, they've done a good job. So then Pritzker gets up, we've lowered crime 25. It's because the FBI was there. So, no, if any city we think is going to be even a little bit dangerous for the World Cup or for the Olympics, you know, where they have Olympic overthrow, right? But for the World Cup in particular, because they're playing in so many cities, we won't allow it to go to, we'll move it around a little bit. But I hope that's not going to happen, yeah.
I mean, it's an app to track ICE. Does your administration have any plans to take down those apps or get them removed?
Well, I can't tell you about that, but it tells you when they want to wear masks or they want to hide a little bit, why that's so important. These are great patriots, the ICE, and what a tough job they have. What an unbelievably tough job they have. And think of it, what are they doing? They're taking hardcore criminals out of our country and putting them back. These were largely criminals that were given to us by Joe Biden and his group of radical maniacs that surrounded this desk, just like these people surround the desk now, but they're not maniacs. They're very solid people.
Thank you, sir.
I'm glad I prefaced. But they're great. We have a great cabinet. We have great people. And he didn't have great people. He had terrible people. Look at Afghanistan. Look at the people he had running our military. That could happen. The most embarrassing day in the history of our country was Afghanistan. And 13 young people died. They don't ever talk about the 38 that were horribly wounded with legs and arms and everything else, really horribly wounded. So the country's respected like it's probably almost never been respected before. I think we're respected at a level, and a year ago it was a dead country. We had a dead country a year ago. This country was dying. It was really in bad shape. Let's talk about the next subject.
One of the most powerful deterrents we have to violent crime is the death penalty. As you said, your administration has taken bold, decisive steps to ensure that Washington, D.C. is once again a safe and secure city for its residents and all who visit. This is a presidential memorandum that directs your Attorney General and your U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, Judge Jeanine Pirro, to fully implement the death penalty here in Washington, D.C., where the evidence and facts of a case indicate that the death penalty should be used.
Okay? Everybody understand? Death penalty in Washington. You kill somebody, or if you kill a police officer, law enforcement officer, death penalty. And hopefully there won't be that. So again, it's way down. I mean, we have had week after week after week where we haven't had a murder. I said that the other day in front of the president of Poland. The press was here, and I said, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to announce that Washington, D.C. has not had a death in 4 weeks, a murder. And he looked at me.
Yeah, he's going to sign the executive order to dismantle terrorist networks, and he's talking about PSL, DSA, Twitch.tv/Hasanabi,
and
Jasmine Crockett, the Democrat Party, Governor Gavin Newsom, Jimmy Kimmel, ABC.
They call them careers. They left the word criminal out, but we took the careers out of here. And they're now brought back to their homes, or they're in jail, or they're in a jail in another country, and hopefully they're not coming back. And we have to maintain it. You can't just leave, and we have to maintain it. We've gotten along fairly well with the mayor. You know, she's getting a party that hates that the city's becoming safe. I mean, they're actually criticizing her because the city's becoming safe. But this is becoming this is right now a very, very safe city. This went from the most unsafe city in the country to the safest city in the country. There's no city any safer. That's a pretty big achievement. And we really did it in 12 days. But if you add an extra week to it, that'd be nice. And I mean, you can go out to dinner. Restaurants are booming. You know, the restaurants were dead. They were dead. Even if you got to the restaurant, then somebody would come in and hold you up. You know, they'd hold up the whole restaurant. They go to Uber. Young ladies in the White House, they'd call Uber for protection. They'd run to the car because they were petrified to be from the entrance of their building to the car. Now they feel safe. They're in the car, and then the car gets hijacked while they're in the back of the car. This is what we were living in. We were living in hell. People that work in the White House, every time they see me, young women in particular, say, "Thank you, sir." And I don't even ask them about what. I know exactly. I made their lives. Now they're living in a beautiful,
everywhere
glamorous
I
place
go, young women say
Washington,
thank
DC,
you.
with no crime, and that's the way it should be.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for defending big balls. It's so good. I love it. I love the National Guard.
It's a very interesting capital punishment.
Don't be such a boomer.
Right? It's capital. But this is our capital city. We can't allow that to happen. People come in from Iowa to look at the Lincoln Memorial and they end up getting killed. It doesn't happen anymore. It's not going to happen. And if it does happen,
literally
it's the death
never
penalty for the
happened.
person that did it.
I'm almost. What are you talking about? People coming in from Iowa getting killed while they're looking at the Lincoln Memorial. Can you believe it, folks?
And as you saw very recently,
Every restaurant is under the control of Democrat Antifa black people.
Their sentences off of death row. We're moving them to supermax facilities where they will be treated like they're on death row for the rest of their lives.
Why are you platforming this guy? I just really agree with his worldview.
Okay. I see some of you are shaking your heads very positively. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, fellas. Most people really like it. And Washington, again, it's going to serve as a beacon because you have to do it. These are bad people. When you look at that guy, the guy that killed the young lady in the train in North Carolina, that he'll be in trial for years and years, years. He'll get a good lawyer somewhere along the line. Somebody will come along, and what he did to that young lady, and she went into that train scared. You know, when she went in, the way she sat down, she was scared to just be there. She just wanted to not pay any attention to anybody, just not be noticed. And she had her throat slit. We don't want that in this country anymore. We're not going to have it in this country anymore. Thank you very much. Next.
Lastly, sir, this is a presidential memorandum on countering domestic terrorism and organized political violence. In recent weeks, months, and years, we've seen a tremendous upsurge in some highly visible but also other acts of domestic terrorism and organized political violence being perpetrated by radical, politically motivated groups all over the country. What this presidential memorandum will do is set off an administration-wide response to that, ranging from the Joint Terrorism Task Forces to other components of the Department of Justice to the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of Treasury. We're looking at interdicting these groups, preventing them from performing acts of violence, and also looking at sources of organization and funding and support that prop them up and allow them to do the acts that they have been doing.
We're looking at the funders of a lot of these groups, and you know, when you see the signs, and they're all beautiful signs made professionally. These aren't your protesters that make the sign in their basement late in the evening because they really believe it. These are anarchists and agitators, professional anarchists and agitators, and they get hired by wealthy people, some of whom I know, I guess, you know, probably know them. And you wouldn't know it. You're at dinner with them, everything's nice, and then you find out that they funded.
Bro, there is no fucking,
lunatics.
like, we still have some semblance of law and order in this country, and these things you should never obey in advance. These things are completely fucking ridiculous. They are direct attacks against the First Amendment, and they will be combated every step of the way through the courts, okay?
That started with Black Lives Matter and all the way through to the Antifa riots, the attacks on ICE officers, the doxing campaigns, now the political assassinations. These are not lone, isolated events. This is part of an
This
organized
motherfucker
campaign
watched
of
Eddington,
radical
bro. We're so
terrorism.
cooked. He watched
It
Eddington.
is
He was like,
structured,
I
it is
saw the movie.
sophisticated, it is
They
well-funded,
fly
it is
around
well-planned. There is
in
really
private
no parallel like
jets.
this to anything else in the country right now. There is an entire system of feeder organizations that provide money, resources, weapons, and when they're attacking ICE officers, they're attacking
Courts
federal
ain't saving
buildings,
us. Yeah,
where
until they're
isolating
not,
public officials
you still
for
use them.
harassment,
Don't be
doxing,
silly.
intimidation, and ultimately attempted assassination. It is all carefully planned, executed, and thought through. It is terrorism on our soil. Because of this executive order, Cash and Pam are going to have the tools they need, working with Scott, to take these organizations apart piece by piece.
It is illegal
And the
to
central hub of that
subscribe
effort
to the
is going to
Biker
be
Broadcasting
Joint Terrorism
Service
Task Force, or JTTF,
over the Twitch
which
platform,
sits inside the
folks.
Federal
Can you
Bureau of
believe it?
Investigation. But for
The
those who don't,
Biker
we're worried
Broadcasting
about
Service is
terrorism,
sponsored,
country
he
understands
says,
because
by
President
you, the
Trump's
viewers,
strength,
for
because of
you,
his vision,
the
because of
viewers.
his
That's
leadership,
right.
we are now going to
September,
use the entire force of the federal government
as long as
to
the
uproot
month
these
continues,
organizations, root and branch, and again,
gifted
it's only
subs
possible
over
because President
5 GIF is 35% off. That's right. Subscribe to the Biker Broadcasting Service, they say. We will make it illegal. We will make it illegal. No ads. He runs no ads. Can you believe it? He runs no ads at the Piker Broadcasting Service, and people still voluntarily give him subscriptions in the form of a Twitch Prime for free, or a $6 a month subscription.
And organized violence across
Omnitech, thank you for the 10 gifted. Ren, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. The Gravy, thank you for the 5. And Captain Ajax for the 10 community gifted subs. Why do you play ads again? I don't. I don't know why people still do this. Wow. No ads. Wow. Everything computer. Everything, everybody transgender.
Perpetrating our criminal activities across our societies. And we are just so thankful for your leadership and recognition of it. It's not easy to do.
Good job. Thank you very much,
Who's
Pam.
specific?
What?
Besides Antifa, is there a specific group or person you're targeting with this?
Any organized group. Any organized group who is committing these crimes, and we're working with the Secretary of Treasury. You know what law enforcement has told us under President Trump's leadership? He's taken the handcuffs off law enforcement. They can do their jobs now, thanks to you, President Trump, and that's what's happening. And all of these agencies that Cash mentioned, we work hand in hand together. Our prosecutors were following the money with Treasury. We're working with Homeland Security. Cash's agents, all of our agents, DEA, ATF, U.S. Marshals, combined are working, and with state and local government, to take these people off the streets who are jeopardizing lives.
Can I just illustrate this? So I was talking with Cash and Stephen about this a couple of days ago, sir. So I believe it was in Oregon where you had a federal building where there were men in black ski masks who were committing acts of violence, who were shutting down a government building. To the president's point, they don't come from nowhere. These are paid people. This is organized. They're committing acts of political terrorism on American soil. And it's time we had a government that looked out for the American people rather than the people who are committing violence against
Fascism
the
is
Well, you
colonialism.
go see what's happening in Portland. This is like
Fascism
nobody's
is
ever seen
colonialism
anything like it.
turned
Every night.
inward.
And this is going on for
Okay?
years.
That's
They just burn the
what's
place
going
down
on.
and
Terrorism
the
as a
shop owners, most of
designation,
them have left, but the few
which
shops
was
that are open,
intentionally
they just
vague, allowed the American administrations prior to this one, and certainly this one as well, to engage in acts of unjustifiable violence against people. Extrajudicial acts of violence, death, destruction, bombing entire sovereign nations. And now that designation is turning on American citizens at the domestic level. If we do not put an end to this through the court process, we are completely fucked. If we do not put an end to this by making our discontent be known, we are completely fucked.
Wow, these are crazy
Why
people.
you defend this?
And
Wait,
they're trying
what?
to burn down buildings, including
Defend
federal
this?
buildings. And on my list of things that I want to do before we finish up with the cities, because I think we're going to whip the cities back into shape, but we have to. We cannot let our cities, and that's a small example, but it's the most violent example. It's every night, and they've done it for years. You'd think maybe at some point they made their point, and what are they doing? But we're going to get out there, and we're going to do a pretty big number of those people in Portland that are doing that. They're professional agitators and anarchists. They're actually anarchists, yeah. Go ahead, why don't you defend? Let's see you defend them, Jeff.
No, I'm not defending anyone. I just want, so that we can just explain this in our stories. Could you name a couple?
You don't explain it right, though, Jeff. Go ahead, let's go. Maybe let's give you another chance. Go ahead.
Antifa, Soros, what names are we talking about?
Well, Soros is a name certainly that I keep hearing. I don't know, but Soros is a name that I hear. I hear a lot of different names. I hear names of some pretty rich people that are radical left people. Maybe I hear about a guy named Reid Hoffman. Somebody's a pretty rich guy, I guess, and I hear about him. I don't know. Maybe could be him. Could be a lot of people. We hear the same names, but they're bad, and we're going to find out. And if they are funding these things, they're going to have some problems because they're agitators and they're anarchists. These are anarchists. Really bad. Okay, yeah, please. Who are you with? Who are you with?
I'm with the Center Square. There's also, as you know, Antifa is not just a domestic terror, or now a domestic terror organization. It's also international. I know the Netherlands is looking at also designating them a terror organization. Right. Have you been working with your intel community and your DNI to possibly expand that to making them designated an international terror organization? Yeah, we have been. Yep. It's an international in many cases.
Yeah, Reid Hoffman is the founder of LinkedIn, which is terrorism of a different sort, if we're being real, but not the kind that Trump is talking about.
Well, I'd say the maximum under the law, and we'll see. Now, if they kill somebody, we just signed a death penalty, so it depends where it is. But if they kill somebody, which they do, I mean, people are dying. You go out to Portland, people die out there. Many people have died over the years in Portland. Portland is, I don't know how anybody lives there. It's amazing.
Everyone is dying. Everybody dead in
Portland.
Portland.
That's what they want. They want anarchy. Like when they attacked Seattle and took over a big percentage of the city. I was going to go out and we were going to do a big number. They heard that and everybody broke up all of a sudden. But, you know, you have governors that have to run that, and a lot of them don't do that. I don't like to go in. I'd rather have Pritzker's support when we go into Chicago. But if we don't have it, that's okay, too, because we're paramount, and we will do what we have to do. We're going to make Chicago safe. We're going to make we're going to make as many as we can, and usually that involves a surge. But what we did with, in the case of Chicago, by having the FBI go out there 5 or 6 months ago, we brought it down a little bit. You know, a little bit is 25%, so it's not so little, but it is when you're talking about the kind of crime and killings and murders that you hear in Chicago. But we're going to get it. Chicago's a great city. As the Union Pacific said, the head of the Union Pacific, who's a great guy, started off as a low-rung guy. He said he started at a caboose, and now he's the chairman of the Union Pacific. But he's a great guy. But he said, "Sir, don't lose Chicago." The way he said it, I said, boy, it really hit me. You know, here's a man that knows all the cities. The Union Pacific, I guess, is our largest railroad, and he knows all the cities. He's been doing it for 45 years, and he said, "Sir, don't lose Chicago." And the way he said that meant a lot to me, and we're going to go into Chicago very soon. We're going to take care of Memphis. We're going to take care of Memphis. You can't walk a block
how
without
normalized
getting shot.
this is, dude.
I really care of that one, and just like we did Washington,
it is wild. He's just talking about deploying the military to major American metropolitan cities, while simultaneously saying that anyone and everyone that organizes protests against this kind of action, for example, is literally a terrorist and will be, like, will have their assets seized, will have their lives ruined, will be prosecuted. And, like, because of the way that the media operates now, in an effort to just simply be in the room, they just have to suck his dick throughout this entire sequence of events. What the hell?
I'm not going to comment on whether there is or is not a pending investigation, but everything's on the table right now.
I don't think anybody has to ask, because if you look at Soros, he's at the top of every. In fact, sometimes they say, could he be involved in this many things? But he's in every story that I read. Stories that I read keep talking about Soros, and so, you know, I guess he'd be a likely candidate. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yep.
Bro, the dude is like 750, by the way. This man does not read. I know. If only he could read. Yeah, reporter, there was another shooting at an ICE facility. Detainees were killed. Who do you hold responsible for the uptake of left-wing violence? The radical left is causing the problem. It's going to get worse, and ultimately it's going to go here.
There was another shooting at an ICE facility in Texas yesterday. Detainees were killed. The FBI director posted on social media bullets that were engraved with the message anti-ICE. Right. He just posted another thing on social media saying they recovered a handwritten note from the subject that read, "Hopefully this will give ICE agents real terror to think, is there a sniper with AP rounds on that roof. Who do you hold responsible for the uptick in left-wing violence in the country?
Radical left rhetoric. The radical left is causing the problem. They're out of control. They're saying things, and they're really dumb people. I mean, I look at Crockett. I look at some of these people. They're very low IQ people, actually. But the radical left is causing this problem, not the right, the radical left. And it's going to get worse, and ultimately it's going to go back on them. I mean, bad things happen when they play these games. And I'll give you a little clue. The right is a lot tougher than the left. But the right's not doing this. They're not doing it, and they better not get them energized, because it won't be good for the left. And I don't want to see that happen either. I'm the president of all the people. But the radical left is causing this. The radical left Democrats are causing this problem, and it gets worse. It gets worse, and it'll be a point where other people won't take it anymore, and that will not be good for the radical.
He's literally saying, like, there will be decentralized violence from the right against everyone and anyone they consider to be a part of the radical left. Fantastic stuff, by the way. Very cool. Also, speaking of the radical right, I'm officially joining the Democratic Party as of today. In celebration of their wonderful work, I have now adopted a hairstyle that matches their policy, says Alex Jones, sporting a Hitler mustache. Nick Lutzko retweets and says, growing a Hitler mustache to own the libs. That's right. It's strange because, you know, it walks like a duck, it quacks like a duck. You don't have to also put a fucking duck bill on, you know what I mean? We know you're a duck, brother. In any case, there's a bunch of other stuff that I wanted to talk about, but must see. Alex Jones conducts Becoming Hitler's Social Experiment. The failed Nazi leader has infiltrated InfoWars and taken over the airwaves to spread white supremacist hate speech. Now, of course, what will that be different? Like, what difference would this have from his regular news broadcast? What difference would this have from his regular ass news broadcast? Anyway, speaking of existing Adolf Hitler, aside from Alex Jones, let's talk about Benjamin Netanyahu, because Tucker Carlson made a statement that you know, is making shockwaves. On the system update with Glenn Greenwald. Now, of course, the statement that he made is pretty obvious, pretty basic stuff for those who have at least a little bit of competence. He said that Netanyahu has been telling multiple people, I control the United States and I control Donald Trump. Let's take a look at the clip first, and then I'll show you the 700 other examples where Benjamin Netanyahu has directly done so. Let's take a look.
I'm not guessing about this, because I talked to people he said it to, is running around the Middle East, his region, and his own country, and telling people point blank, just stating it, I control the United States. I control Donald Trump. He's saying that. And again, I'm not guessing at all. That's a fact. And I dare them to say that's not true, because it is true, and they know it's true.
Yeah. So people have been running around making it seem as though that's not the case. And it's been really funny. It's been really funny to see people being like, "Duh, that's crazy, that's silly, that's dumb. How dare you say Benjamin Netanyahu has any sort of outsized influence over whatever events take place in the United States," which I thought was really funny. So here's some of his many moments. Here's the lol nothing matters one. This guy says, Israel had, in fact, lobbied strenuously against the Iraq war, predicting that it would weaken the constraints of the real Middle Eastern danger, Iran. What an incredible thing to say. Here, let's... Tucker Carlson also did this like 9/11 thing as well. He's doing a little 9/11 documentary. This probably pertains to that as well. He says, America started preparing for war with Iraq immediately after September 11th at the behest of a foreign government, Israel. Let's take a look at what his full statement was, and then we'll look at the response.
Buildings were still burning. There were people in Washington discussing and pushing a war against Iraq, which I don't think any smart person...
Also, not only is that aspect of it correct, but it was far before 9/11 that they had interest in attacking Iraq. Okay? Also, interesting for Tucker Carlson to say this, considering that he was a champion of the Iraq War for a very long time. But, you know, let's continue.
At any connection to 9/11, there was a lot of reason to believe that having Saddam in power was probably good for the United States as a counterbalance against Iran, as the protector of, you know, millions of Christians. There are a lot of reasons that Saddam wasn't the worst, and certainly much better than what we got after. But nevertheless, at the behest of a foreign government, Israel, the United States began preparing for war.
There's also the thing that a lot of people do that I personally despise, which is taking away the responsibility from American capital owners. Like, it must not have been our big, beautiful WASPs and their own personal ambition, their own personal interest in, like, extracting the natural resources of Iraq, for example, by any means necessary, that played a formative role in this grand design. And it must have been just Israel. Israel has the capacity to tilt the scales. And Israel certainly, quite openly, has done so in broad daylight, time and time again. That clip that I'm going to show you in the aftermath of this is Benjamin Netanyahu, a younger Benjamin Netanyahu, making the convincing case as to why America should go to war with Iraq and how this would have an incredible domino effect in the region. At the time, I don't believe he was the prime minister, but it doesn't really matter. He has been a very formative, very influential figure in American foreign policy, specifically in the Middle Eastern region. Also, may or may not have been a CIA agent as well. So, you've been saying WASPs a lot more recently. Can you explain the term? WASPs, white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. I also jokingly refer to Tucker Carlson as a WASP supremacist.
Against Iraq immediately after the attacks on 9/11. Now, I'm not saying, I don't know more than that. So you can draw your own conclusions, and I'm not suggesting, that they staged 9/11 for that purpose, but I am saying unequivocally they used 9/11 for that purpose. We know that. That's not a conspiracy theory. And it's appalling. It's disgusting.
And of course, you know as well as anybody that well before 9/11, there were all sorts of growing calls and the usual suspects within Washington to try and demand that we engage in regime change in Iraq and remove Saddam Hussein. That was, the sort of great aspiration of neocons, not just in Washington, but also in Israel. And then 9/11 immediately got seized on for that. All right, let me move to all of the issues surrounding Charlie Kirk. And before I get to the
may I just say one last thing?
Sure.
May I say one last thing that I think is important? So the question about 9/11, the reason people have debated it for 25 years is the question of foreknowledge. Do people know this was coming? And then it's a question of, like, did they know it and allow it unintentionally or intentionally, or did they stage it? I can't answer those questions. But we conclusively answered the larger question, which is, oh, yeah, there was foreknowledge of it. There's no question about it. CIA knew the hijackers were here. They knew they were terrorists, and they were here to commit acts of terror against the United States. And critically, and this is the fact that somehow blew my mind the most, people bet in the public financial markets, the equity markets, against the airlines involved in 9/11 and the banks in the buildings that were taken down on 9/11. And they bet big, they shorted them, and they made a lot of money. This has been sort of known. What I didn't know is that the U.S. government found the identities of the people who did that, and they withheld them. And to this day, they've never been revealed. So this is a publicly traded series of trades and in public markets, and we can't know who made those trades. Whoever made those trades clearly knew 9/11 was coming, and the government has protected the identity of those people for 24 years.
Is Tucker vindicating you? I mean, he will never vindicate me. Foreknowledge aspect of this is correct, but the idea that they would know exactly what the target is and then make trade decisions, that's a little that's a claim that requires extraordinary evidence. I wouldn't say that is I wouldn't entertain that part of the narrative. As far as, like, the CIA knowing that there were known assets or known agents that had previously worked with known CIA collaborators and assets or people that were heavily monitored, that part is correct. The rest of it is speculation, making extraordinary claims without having extraordinary evidence. However, the one part about this argument that I do agree with is that, yes, of course, Israel fucking tilted the scales in their favor.
If you take
Israel has always taken Israel's always played a formative role in America's grand design in the region. This is just reality. Anyone that denies that Anyone that anyone that says that's not correct is fucking insane. Okay? It's completely insane. That is Israel's role. That's Israel's role in America's ambition for the region. Israel's role is precisely this. Now, to the extent of which Israel took over the driver's seat, this is Trump 1. After Barack Obama took the initiative against Israel in the most modest terms possible with JCPOA, Israel absolutely did everything in their fucking power. Everything in their fucking power to make sure that that never happens again. Okay? And it's not like a secret either. They very clearly did this with Sheldon Adelson at the time, not with Miriam Adelson. Miriam Adelson is Sheldon Adelson's wife because he died. So now it's Miriam Adelson that holds all the wealth. But they farmed Donald Trump straight up. They knew that he was malleable. They knew that he was corrupt. They knew that they could just make him do whatever the fuck they wanted by dangling money in front of him. And Donald Trump absolutely, without a shred of doubt, gave Israel basically the keys to the car, said you are driving our foreign policy now in the region. Okay? That's it. Straight up. Here is a younger Bibi Netanyahu in front of Congress trying to do his very best to advocate for America to go to war with Iraq.
Take out Saddam's regime, I guarantee you that it will have enormous positive reverberations on the region.
Very famous clip for those of you who don't know. If you topple the Saddam regime, it will have enormous positive reverberations around the region.
And I think that people sitting right next door in Iran, young people, and many others will say, the time of such regimes, of such despots, is gone. There is a new age. Something new is happening.
And that is speculation on your...
This has been, by the way, isn't that fucking, what's his face? That's the former head of Mossad, no? Or not at the time, but the one behind him. Or is that's a, I think that's a fucking, wait, is it Ron Dermer? I don't know. Hold on. Let me see. No. Oh, yeah, it is. It is Ron Dermer. Yes, it is. Israeli politician and diplomat serving as the Minister of Strategic Affairs since 2002 and head of the negotiations of the hostage release since February 2025. That right there, sitting behind Bibi Netanyahu, is Ron Dermer. Israeli diplomat, Israeli politician, Ron Dermer. Not the head of Mossad in the past. Anyway, listen. Israel has been presenting this narrative forever. Okay. Oh, just one more toppling of a regime that is not directly servile to our interests, and everything will fall in line. Everything in the region will fall in line. Just one more fucking regime. This is, at the time, former Israeli Prime Minister from 1996 to 1999, Benjamin Netanyahu, making the argument to the U.S. Congress to go to war with Iraq, talking about how it is going to have positive reverberations around the entire region, all the way up to Iran.
Mr. Potter, you have some evidence to that effect.
You know, I was asked the same question in 1986. I had written a book in which I had said that the way to deal with terrorist regimes, well, with terror, was to deal with the terrorist regimes. And the way to deal with the terrorist regimes, among other things, was to apply military force against them.
The way we did in Afghanistan.
The way, for example, I want to answer your question.
Well, I guess I'm running out of time, so I quickly was trying to get there. We've done, I think, what you proposed in Afghanistan, yet I haven't seen that sort of neighborhood effect.
Well, I think there's been an enormous effect. The effect was, we were told that there would be a contrary effect. First of all, people said that there would be tens of thousands of people streaming into Afghanistan, zealots who would be outraged by America's action, and this would produce a counter-reaction in the Arab world.
But I think you're now saying that when you take an action like we did in Afghanistan, we're going to see all the other countries just fold.
No, what we saw is something else. First of all, we saw everybody streaming out of Afghanistan. The second thing we saw is all the Arab countries and many Muslim countries trying to side with America, trying to...
This is post 9/11, post-Afghan invasion, pre-Iraq invasion. So I think it's in 2002, okay? I believe is a congressional session taking place in 2002 before America invaded Iraq. Here is Benjamin Netanyahu advocating vociferously to get America to invade Iraq, saying it'll be fucking awesome. And even in that, he admits that he's been saying this since 1986, which is true. Talking about how these guys have nuclear weapons, for example. Iraq was invaded in 2003 after this congressional hearing.
To be okay with America. The application of power is the most important thing in winning the war on terrorism. If I had to say, what are the three principles of winning the war on terror? It's like, what are the three principles of real estate, the three L's, location, location, location? The three principles of winning the war on terror are the three W's, winning, winning, and winning. The more victories you amass, the easier the next victory becomes. The first victory in Afghanistan makes the second victory in Iraq that much easier. The second victory in Iraq will make the third victory that much easier too, but it may change the nature of achieving that victory. It may be possible to have implosions taking place. I don't guarantee it, Mr. Turney, but I think it makes it more likely, and therefore I think the choice...
Man, such winning has taken place, chat. What is it, like fucking $8 trillion? $8 fucking trillion. 12,000 American service members dead in the process. Man, tens of millions displaced, a network of sometimes CIA and other times Israel-backed terror cells that are wreaking havoc in the entire region. Man, we've won so much, dude. So much. So much. Thank God. Thank God for Benjamin Netanyahu. Mission accomplished, baby. Thank fucking God. David Wumser wrote a policy paper for Benjamin Netanyahu in 1996 recommending the regime change in Iraq as an important Israeli strategic objective in its own right. Even though David Wumser here says this is a lie, I was there, and this is a lie. Why is it that these people get to just openly lie about what they did? Austin show. Swooner. Yeah. Is the third victory Netanyahu was talking about a potential war in Iran? Yes. I always found it peculiar how two countries that have nothing to do with 9/11, Iraq and Afghanistan, are the countries that flank Iran, Israel's premier geopolitical rival on both sides. Yeah. The point there was any country that would not play ball, because you see the countries that do play ball, right? The Gulf nations. They have instability at times, but ultimately the regimes, the administrations, the monarchies, they are always in line with U.S. interests. And now they're in line on paper as well, right? What's interesting about this, of course, is that
you take out
so much death and destruction has taken place. So much money and lives have been lost. Here's Ron Dermer, by the way, who was behind Benjamin Netanyahu, as I showed you earlier, saying the same exact fucking bullshit. We must dismantle the terror army of Hamas in Gaza, which will not only be a victory for Israel, but also for the U.S. The U.S. will show all of its allies that it sticks with them even when it's tough, and it will project American power across the region. They're saying the same old bullshit even now. Now, what's interesting about this, of course, is that while they're saying the same old bullshit, they're also simultaneously claiming that Israel's small bean, Israel have no interest, Israel has nothing to do with American affairs of this sort. Okay? Benjamin Netanyahu has been openly parading at times how much influence he has over American Congress, both internally in Israel, as a major factor as to why he must keep being in power. Okay? And also all around the region as well. Oh, you fuck with us? America's got our back. I have complete control over U.S. Congress. This has always been the case. And at certain points throughout time, maybe it was an exaggeration, but post-Trump 1, it was no longer an exaggeration. It was reality. Reality that you can see with your own two fucking eyes. Okay? That's it. That's it. How else do you think a foreign nation state can just bomb whoever the fuck they want, including humanitarian aid workers that are seeking to deliver humanitarian aid during a genocide off the coast of Malta, off the coast of Tunisia? It is ridiculous. That is where we're at. But make no mistake, there is some good news here. Microsoft has blocked Israel's use of its technology in mass surveillance of Palestinians. They were using Azure Cloud, and this is due to the brilliant work conducted by Plus 972 magazine. It's also because of drop site news and people that just never let up. Okay? People that never gave up and they continued their advocacy. It's because of everyone that kept pushing. Now you are going to see more companies, hopefully, behave in a similar manner, especially after the UN decision, especially after the UN investigation that proved that Israel is conclusively proved that Israel is conducting a genocide, and all of the additional pressures that happened as a long-standing part of this process with all these people that are committed to the truth. January 23rd, Dropsite News published an investigation into Microsoft complicity in the Gaza genocide and partnered with The Guardian and 972, sharing the documents we had obtained. Subsequent reporting continued to show the extent of the complicity. Today, The Guardian reports that Microsoft is now blocking the IDF from using its tech for mass surveillance of Palestinians. This is why Dropsite is so hated, and it's also a major victory for dissident Microsoft workers who have been protesting internally intensely. Finally, a decent little how it started, how it's going. That's right. Make no mistake. You have also played a role in this. You've also played a role in this by letting your voices be heard. You played a role in this by donating to Dropsite. BDS played a role in this as well. All of the brave workers at Microsoft internally that were causing a ruckus, some of which they got fucking fired, as a matter of fact. This kind of action does have the capacity to make changes. And little by little, these kinds of things, these kinds of specks of dust inevitably create problems, long-standing problems in the cog of this genocidal machine, okay? You might think it's irrelevant. You might think it's worthless. You might think that no one is hearing you. But your voice matters. If it didn't, they wouldn't try to fucking stop you from speaking. It is that simple, okay? That's it. This is also why I don't immediately fucking go, oh, 972 magazine, well, they're liberal Zionists or whatever. They're also participating in Jewish exceptionalism or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? Big change only comes after little steps. Steps that you are taking in the right direction that you could never even imagine getting to this degree. Okay? And I hope that little by little, as Microsoft has led the way, when there is more discontent in other companies that are also working alongside the Israeli state's genocidal actions, you will see more and more companies also dropping Israel in the same way, making it harder for them to literally do a genocide on the ground. Now you got the flotilla that has grown in numbers this time around, where you have embargoes taking place, Israeli media admitting that the embargoes are working. The reality is the result of three factors, Israel Hayom says. First, the intense war that has lasted 2 years, during which IDF consumed an exceptional amount of material, ammunition, and spare parts, far beyond its original planning. Second, embargoes imposed by various countries on the sale of arms and parts to Israel, part of their criticism of the ongoing campaign in Gaza. And third, the relatively long time needed to open alternative production lines in Israel's defense industries. This is why whenever people understandably feel hopeless, I kept saying, it does not matter. You have to maintain revolutionary optimism. These things take time. And let me tell you something. This is a lot faster than I thought this change would come, okay? It is even faster than I imagined it. Make no mistake. Yet another moment to maintain optimism here. Revolutionary optimism. Incredible work. Yes, Microsoft has now blocked Israel's usage. I believe Denmark also divested from Israel to the tune of $25 billion, if I'm not mistaken. And UEFA members are in favor of banning Israel from European football next week, as America is desperately trying to lobby UEFA. European soccer body UEFA moves towards vote to suspend Israel. America's lobbying UEFA to make sure that this does not happen. Fucking assholes. Corrupt charlatans. Here's another great example of this. For the first time, Israeli Prime Minister's plane extends flight route to U.S., avoiding European airspace. Think about that. Think about that. All of this stuff seems marginal, but they all play a role in dismantling oppressive systems that people take for granted and have taken for granted forever. Okay? Understand this. Spain also did a full-blown weapons embargo. I don't know why that chatter was saying you got PSO'd, but it seems like that full-blown weapons embargo is in effect. This is exactly how it took place with the apartheid in South Africa, okay? I'm telling you right now, this is how it worked. The tremendous amount of pressure against the pariah state that was apartheid South Africa made it so that its own in-group, the white South Africans, realized that there is no way to sustain the apartheid structure if they wanted to be a normal part of the world for the rest of the world. Did South Africa have nukes? Yes, they did, actually. Once they realized that black people were going to take over the government, they dismantled the nuclear program, but they did have nukes. Yes. This kind of pressure also matters in the sense that even it caused even Trump to say stuff like, it's been enough, it's time to stop now. As Nelson Mandela said, it always seems impossible until it's not. Something along those lines. I'm paraphrasing. Israel is also clearly panicking about the Samud flotilla, by the way. Israel's panicking about the Samud flotilla. Americans don't realize how much of a crisis this is because their media isn't telling them about it. But Israel is worried that if the flotilla succeeds, a dam will burst. All pressure should be on the government to aid the flotilla. The global Samud flotilla is demonstrating the efficacy of tactical nonviolence and forcing a political crisis over the Gaza genocide. They are putting Israel on the back foot and forcing states to act. These brave comrades deserve our full attention, solidarity, and support. Israel is desperately saying, you have to divert to Ashdod. You have to divert to an Israeli port. If you want the humanitarian aid to go in, you have to give it to us. The Italian government also had to respond to internal pressure from the comrades within the Italian labor union movement. The Italian labor union movement immediately facilitated a general strike. And because of the mass discontent growing in Italy, Giorgia Meloni, who wants nothing to do with this process whatsoever, who couldn't even get herself to do the symbolic state recognition of Palestine, turned around and sent a naval vessel to, quote unquote, defend the Samud flotilla. But they had a different plan. While they said initially that they would defend the Samud flotilla, it turns out that they were actually sending it so they could redirect the Samud flotilla. They tried to redirect it to an Israeli port, and then they said they wanted to redirect it to a port in Cyprus. They said no. The Gaza humanitarian flotilla said no. Spain has already sent their own naval vessel as well to offer protective cover. The reality is, it becomes a lot harder for Israel to take action such as this one if you have numerous European state actors that are now sending their own fucking ships. This is no longer a USS Liberty style incident because it's not happening at a time when no one is aware of the way that Israel operates. A USS Liberty style incident today would cause the entire Israeli government to collapse. I don't even think America would be able to defend Israel after that if they were to take fire against European naval vessels in the same way that they did a long time ago against a U.S. naval vessel, USS Liberty, to be precise. There is 0% chance that the world would stand idly by. No matter how pessimistic I am, I think the populations of these European countries would not allow that to happen. It would be chaos. They would destroy democracy altogether in the European continent. Anyway, let's start off with the Palestinian president, Mahmoud Abbas, who was not allowed to enter the United States.
Israel is carrying out is not merely an aggression. It is a war crime.
Yeah, you might be wondering why there's nobody there. It's because America refused to let him into the United States of America for this UN General Assembly.
And a crime against humanity.
Kept out, but not silenced. The Trump administration may have denied Palestinians the right to speak at this UN podium. But today, the voice of President Mahmoud Abbas still rang out across the hall. And his message was stark.
It will be recorded in history books as one of the most horrific chapters of humanitarian tragedy in the 20th and 21st centuries.
Even as he spoke, another Gazan community coming to terms with another tragedy.
Yes, Mahmoud Abbas is Not great. He is a part of the Israeli security apparatus. And even then, the Israeli government, in its endless arrogance, still considers him to be a threat, despite the fact that he is quite literally a collaborator. It is crazy. Palestinian Authority is directly antagonistic to Hamas. There is an internal power struggle amongst the Palestinian National Conference. Palestinian Authority is also deeply unpopular. Palestinian Authority works in unison with the Israeli security forces. It is a Palestinian face on Israeli ethnic cleansing campaigns. They will go and identify Palestinian militias in the West Bank that have some semblance of a standing military or some organization that is resisting against the illegal Israeli occupation, and they will arrest them and they will apprehend them and they will allow the Israeli state to torture them. Okay? This is the reason why Palestinians fucking hate Abbas. Palestinians that are living in the West Bank, Palestinians that live in Gaza, fucking hate him. The PA, the Palestinian Authority, for the reasons that I just mentioned, is seen as the second least popular entity in the region after Israel. Of course, everyone's number one op is Israel. Number two op for the Palestinians is Abbas himself. And even then, the Israeli state still shits on him and calls him a fucking terrorist, regardless of the fact that he has played ball with the Israeli security apparatus. That's what's so crazy about it. This is a big part of the reason why a lot of people are frustrated about the Palestinian state recognition, because the Palestinian state recognition comes with handing over the entirety of the new formed or the former existing state of Palestine to a deeply unpopular authority such as the Palestinian Authority. This would cause so much chaos. Sources close to Netanyahu tell the outlet that Israel will likely have to consent to the PA controlling at least some of the Strip after the war, something the premier has insisted he will not allow to happen. Like, the ambitions that these guys have. What they fail to consider is that the reason why October 7 happened is because no one ever cared or considered the opinion of the Palestinians. And what they are trying to do still is reassert some kind of sovereignty over the Palestinians by doing just that. And even that is seen as a last-ditch effort. Even that is seen as something that Israel finds to be unacceptable. Think about how fucking insane that is. Think about how fucking insane that is. And yet even that is seen as a bridge too far by the American state and the Israeli state, and that's why they're doing the symbolic fuck you to Mahmoud Abbas.
This family mourning the death of a little boy in Zuwaydah, one of 8 children killed in a single Israeli strike. Part of a now daily drumbeat that has pushed the death toll beyond 65,000. Israel claims this is about rooting out Hamas, but Abbas said his Palestinian Authority renounced violence.
We reject what Hamas carried out on the 7th of October because these actions do not represent the Palestinian people. Hamas will not have a role to play in governance. Hamas will have to hand over their weapons. We reiterate that we do not want an armed state.
But what power does Abbas, who governs parts of the West Bank and is deeply unpopular, have to oust Hamas in Gaza? His promise that they will de-arm on a day that a Hamas sniper killed an Israeli soldier. In New York, another swipe at the UN, described by so many this week as toothless.
More than 1,000 resolutions at the United Nations. Not one of them was implemented.
But still hope.
No matter how much our wounds bleed.
Yeah, you want to turn. The reason why people hate him in the West Bank is because of what he wants to do to Gaza. And even that, given the Israeli attitude, given the attitude from Zionists in Israel right now to any sort of Palestinian recognition, is seen as a bridge too far. They think they can get away with full-blown occupation and permanent annexation of the West Bank. But this is the reason why a lot of people are frustrated with the symbolic conditional state recognition of Palestine, because they want it to be a defenseless, non-sovereign, symbolic state that Israel can dominate as they see fit. Okay? How can you be a state without any sovereignty? It means nothing.
And no matter how long this suffering lasts, It will not break our will to live and survive. The dawn of freedom will emerge, and the flag of Palestine will fly high in our.
The only people that I know that are like a boss dick riders are just like American Atlantic Council adjacent think tank people. But even amongst like the FDD, I don't think is a fan because he's Palestinian and that's Benjamin Netanyahu's own think tank, right? But like there are very few people, like very few unironically just like living, breathing, existing Palestinians that are like, yeah, that's my guy. It's unsustainable. It's ridiculous. Let Marwan Barghouti out. Allow there to be a democratic process. If you're going to do a real two-state, don't know how the fuck that's going to work with 700,000 settlers in occupied West Bank, for the record, that has designed a non-contiguous Palestinian state on top of the existing 1967 boundaries for the fucking Palestinian state. Totally ridiculous shit. But yeah, release Marwan Barghouti, allow there to be a real democratic process. Let the Palestinian people decide who they think should lead their sovereign state. No, they can't have weapons shit either. Of course, even states that are neighbors to Israel that had some semblance of sovereignty have been totally fucking gutted and eviscerated, obviously, for not completely being servile to Israel's interests. So clearly, you kind of understand why Israel would never allow this to happen regardless, right? Look no further than Iraq. Look no further than what they're trying to do in Iran. Look at Lebanon.
Skies.
But emerge how? That has been the question that has dominated this 80th UN General Assembly as leader after leader spoke up for Palestine, including President Erdogan of Turkey. So can he persuade Donald Trump to change tack? What more can be done? Erdogan rolling on from the UN to the White House, where the US president continues to reject the recognition of Palestinian statehood.
President Trump, sir.
But today, Donald Trump expressed hope of progress.
I had a great meeting with the leaders of that area, of that region, generally speaking, the Middle East. We had a great meeting the other day at UNGA, as you know, and I think we're close to getting some kind of a deal done. Yeah, we want to get the hostages back. I have to get the hostages back.
It was at that meeting that Trump apparently reassured Arab leaders that he would not allow Israel to annex the West Bank, a move some believed Benjamin Netanyahu could announce tomorrow.
Dog, why in the ever-loving fuck would anybody believe America in the absence of hard material changes? If you are a part of the Arab leadership that met with Donald Trump, first of all, you've probably been bombed by Israel, or at least been threatened by Israel. Like the only countries that haven't been bombed or threatened by Israel, I guess at this point is like fucking UAE and Saudi Arabia, you know? And that all happened under the watchful gaze of the United States of America. You know that shit. So even if you don't give a fuck about Palestine, as many of these corrupt tyrants don't care about Palestine, you should at least have your own safety in mind, you know? Or have they bombed Egypt? In the past, yes, but this round they did kill Egyptian border guards. So yeah, they did. When people say you act like they have some sort of sovereignty over this decision, you're just doing a lot of defense for these guys. Once again, we are civilians. We are American citizens. And it's clear that we don't have a democratic process. Does this stop us from protesting? No, because we understand that united, we have power. Okay? Through the act of discontent, we have a way to get the administration to, at the very least, recalculate the unlimited loyalty that they've demonstrated to Israel. So if we as citizens can show this moral courage to ask for the simplest thing, which is to stop this fucking genocide, how are you going to sit there and be like, well, these nation state leaders have no power in this process? Motherfucker, you and I don't have process. That hasn't stopped us from saying our piece. That hasn't stopped us from putting our bodies out there. And you're telling me that these dudes, mini fridge open again? Fuck, you guys suck. Man, you aren't bombed for protesting. They bleed for protesting by the U.S. and Israel. Come on, dude. That is disrespectful to those, to the people that live in these countries that are protesting. You are literally finding some semblance, some reason for these guys with a lot more power than you to actually continue with their inaction. And you're doing that at a time. You're doing that at a fucking time when what? Spain is actually taking action. What's up? Those are vassal states too. How come they found it in their hearts to do something? Even Italy, with a tremendous amount of pressure from the Italian population, has at least symbolically decided to do something that is to protect the flotilla that has Italian citizens in it. And those guys aren't sitting on a stockpile of the most significant natural resource on the planet.
The Israeli Prime Minister has just arrived in New York, where he is expected to deliver a fiery speech to a UN General Assembly in which his country is perhaps feeling more isolated than ever before.
And Anushka joins me now. Anushka, is this another case of Trump listening to the last person he spoke to?
Well, I think there is some of that, but I also think that Donald Trump has a tricky diplomatic balancing act here. His long-term ambition, remember, has been to bring Gulf states and Israel together. But ever since that Qatar strike, tensions have been running incredibly high. Now, there had been a suggestion that if Benjamin Netanyahu...
There's something so funny about people being like, dude, don't you see what happened to Yemen and Lebanon? They bombed their capital. Yeah, dog. My point is, don't you see what happened to Qatar? They bombed their capital too. So it's clear that it doesn't even fucking matter if they're taking action or not. What matters is if Israel has the ambition. Also, speaking of Yemen, they just fucking bombed a lot. Just yesterday, they injured like 6 people. They haven't stopped, man.
Netanyahu had taken the step to announce annexation of the West Bank, the US would stand by. It now looks like that is not the case. As well as reassuring those Arab leaders, Donald Trump told Emmanuel Macron, the French president, that that was a red line for him. Macron himself said it. He's also told the Israelis directly not to go there. That doesn't mean it's off the table for Netanyahu. He apparently will raise it with Donald Trump, and before he got on a plane to come here to New York, he made clear he's going to give a blistering speech tomorrow in which he denounces those who have recognised Palestinian statehood, including the UK.
Okay, so we look forward to that speech tomorrow. And by the way, our news podcast, Trump World, that we do together, is going to be available already on Spotify and YouTube or wherever you get your podcasts.
Yeah, keep being annoying, dog. Israel, keep being annoying, keep being arrogant. See how far that gets you.
All right, let's get more now from our foreign affairs correspondent, Sikander Kamani, who's in Tel Aviv. Sikander.
Well, Matt, look at those images from Anushka's report. Another horrific day on the ground in Gaza, as is every day. But there does seem to be some cautious hope that is growing around the possibility of a ceasefire following that meeting between President Trump and those Arab and Muslim leaders. One Arab diplomat that I've been speaking to says that there is now a growing momentum. Steve Witkoff, Trump's special envoy, who I should say does have somewhat of a history of overstating things, said that he's confident of a breakthrough in the coming days. He referred to a 21-point plan for peace. That's understood to envisage a permanent end to the war in Gaza.
Oh, dude, any moment now, man. Any moment now.
Of all the Israeli hostages, followed by the deployment of regional peacekeeping troops, and then the creation of a new government in Gaza that does not include Hamas, but does have some role for the Palestinian Authority of President Mahmoud Abbas. Now, in the past, Prime Minister Netanyahu has been very explicit in ruling out any kind of involvement for the PA in future governance of Gaza. It's understood Netanyahu will be discussing that plan with Trump on Monday. Of course, we've been in these kind of similar positions before where hopes are raised only to be dashed. Israel's latest and most recent key demand is the complete disarmament of Hamas, something that the group have until now refused to do. But so many, of course, in the region, across the world, hoping this time the negotiations can lead to some results.
Well, I don't think it's something that we have to sell. It's simply a matter that the president's priority right now is making sure that all the hostages get out, that the war in Gaza ends, and that there's some stabilization.
I hate this animal. Ivan Ola Ivan. God, I fucking hate this guy so much, bro. He is so insane. He's such a fucking dog. He is such a fucking servile little pig. An utter lunatic, man. Just a straight up cultist monster who makes no, like, he just has no reason to fucking shelter you from the truth. He's like, I suck Israel's cock. I am here to suck penis, okay? I'm here to suck Israel's penis and chew bubble gum, and I'm all out of bubble gum. Give me that fucking dick. I'm gonna gobble it. That's all he says. The other day, he's like, Israel is like my wife. If you talk shit at a dinner party about my wife, well, I'm gonna kick you out. Israel is comprised of Jews, God's chosen people. We have to usher in a new era so that the rapture can happen. I love God's chosen people. Israel, number one, maybe America, number two, if Israel lets us. Like, he is quite literally the example that, like, Nazis point to when they say, like, these guys think goys are cattle or whatever the fuck. Like, he literally is like, I am cattle for you, sir. Straight up. I will wash your fucking shoes with my tongue. So glad he's the guy who is the ambassador, you know? Oh, what a fucking embarrassment. What a national embarrassment.
It's brought to this area. He doesn't really want to see anything that could disrupt that.
Because if Israel were to annex the West Bank...
He's an Israel ambassador serving in American embassy. Yeah, no, I mean, he's Israel number one, America not even number two, unless Israel says America number two. That's his fucking attitude. Here, just listen to him, bro. Just listen to this monster.
Then that would be the end of the Abraham Accords, wouldn't it?
It certainly wouldn't be helpful to it if it happened all at once. But even Israel's decision that I have heard has never been to take all of Judea and Samaria.
Why do you call it Judea and Samaria?
Well, it's a historic name. To me, West Bank is a nebulous term, that it doesn't really depict what we're talking about geographically. It's a very modern term. It's not something that has historic roots and values.
But I guess what I'm trying to get at is using the Old Testament as a guide to current geopolitics is not very helpful.
I think it's very helpful because it gives it context historically.
What is the future of the Palestinian people in your book?
If they wanted to be peaceful coexistence with the Jewish people, I think that's very possible. But they got to change the curriculum of their textbooks that currently incite violence. The culture needs to change.
But you're not helping the culture if you turn their home, which is Gaza, into literally a pile of rubble.
Well, by that standard, then the Jewish people ought to be the most radicalized on earth, because it was October the 7th.
They're Nazis. And they were Nazis before October 7th. And they became like a new version, like a super Nazi after October 7th. They were Nazis that were perfectly fine with like a slow burn version of ethnic displacement, ethnic cleansing, and ethnic supremacy. Post October 7th, they were like, okay, final solution time. That's it. To be clear, it's Israelis. This is Monster said Jews. Yes, obviously. He is always going to. People who defend Israel will always talk about Israel as the Jewish state. Okay? They are the ones who are like, nope, this is all Jews. This is all Jews. This is all Jews. This is, I promise you, this is for Judaism. This is for Jews. Jews love this shit. I did, however, see something that is not so fun, specifically about Jewish polling in New York about sympathies with Israel right now versus sympathies with Palestine. And it fucking one-tapped my brain a little bit. It did laser me a little bit. It just feels like the only people in New York of Jewish background is like those under the age of fucking 35. It's a terrifying fucking thing that I saw. By the way, this doesn't even necessarily matter because, like, obviously in terms of like voting for Zohran Mamdani, a lot of New York Jews who love Israel are still going, I want fast and free buses and shit, clearly. Because if this poll is consistent, if this poll is correct, it shows a terrifying percentage. In the Middle East conflict, do you side more with the Israelis or more with Palestinians? If Israelis/Palestinians, is that strongly or only somewhat? And you look at the demographics here, and it says for New Yorkers, total the total number of New Yorkers that side with the Israelis is 38%. Total number of New Yorkers that side with the Palestinians is 46%. Now, of course, those numbers are nowhere near enough where they should be. Okay, but goddamn, bro, look at this shit. They looked at different. They did a religious breakdown for total Catholic, Protestant, and Jewish. For the Catholics, 44% say they strongly or somewhat sympathize with the Israelis. 42%, on the other hand, say they strongly or somewhat sympathize with the Palestinians, which is, again, shameful. For the Protestants, however, the total or the strongly or somewhat supportive of the Israelis percentage goes down to 34%. For New York Jews, it's fucking 70% to 24%, man. God damn, brother. Holy fuck. This is why so many of the anti-Zionist Jews in this community are constantly like, bro, I'm having such a fucking hard time getting this information across to my goddamn parents. Is that really surprising? It is. It really is. It's fucking nutty, dude. I thought it would be like closer to, 55 to 40 or something. You know what I mean? The amount of fucking brainwashing and the amount of like personal relationship that has been substituted for like any sort of sense of community or any sort of like religious expression that has turned into just like dick riding Israel is so fucking devastating. Nah, you were just too nice and gullible again. To be fair, this is New York City, which has the most conservative Jews. Dog, I'm gonna keep it $1.50 with you. No, if you want to know significantly more conservative Jewish opinions, look at fucking Boca Raton, look at Florida, look at Los Angeles. No, New York Jews are way more fucking woke, dog. What are you talking about? If you want to know what the conservative Jews actually think, look at the Florida Jewish population and their voter breakdown. Younger Jews are better on Israel, but yeah, anyone over 35 is overwhelmingly pro-Israel. It's crazy. Have you been to New York, bro? I've experienced this. What do you mean? Of course I've been to New York. To be fair, my friends in New York are almost all exclusively Jewish and also way more radical than I am on Israel. So that kind of ruins my own personal anecdotal experience. So, I mean, think about my fucking friends in New York. Almost all of them are Jewish, and every single one is the most rabid anti-Zionist you've ever met. What I found to be interesting also was that the opinions amongst the Jewish population was either strongly with Israel or strongly with the Palestinians. Like in terms of somewhat, like people were just hardliners, it seems. But at this point, 70% is crazy, man. That is unsustainable. Yeah. This is also part of the reason why I said it doesn't matter ultimately, as far as like what New York Jews do as a voting bloc. I'm sure that there are some that overlook Zoran's anti-Zionist positions, but ultimately it's inconsequential. Like the notion that he has to be pro-Israel is inconsequential, as I told you over and over again. And I was right. Number one, this means that there are still plenty of New York Jews that voted for Zoran in spite of his anti-Zionist position, because it's not the number one priority for Jews, as I have said. And two, even if there were plenty of Jews that are Zionists and make it their number one reason to vote for one candidate over the other, there's still not enough people to swing the election in the opposite direction. Timestamp to your point.
Everyone's like, will you go to Jerusalem? And
What is this?
like,
It's so weird.
the way it
It's
tracked
so weird.
wasn't that Zoran didn't win because he was speaking out against Israel. He won because people thought, he won the Jewish vote. He won because people were like, this is weird. Why are people talking about this?
Precisely those same people who vote for Zoran. Yeah, I think there are there Jews that make Israel their number one priority? Yes. But I have no reason to believe that the polling on that issue is also inconsistent with reality. Jews, obviously, that care about Israel don't care about it as their number one priority, except for Adam, which is the reason why he didn't endorse Zoran initially. That's the truth. All I'm saying is I really hope this shit is not true, that like 70% of New York Jews are not like fucking showing still at this stage sympathies to Israel over Palestine or Palestinians. That's crazy, man. That is unsustainable. Get the fucking reality, dude. Holy shit. It was shocking. I think the poll is bunk. I don't know if the poll is bunk. It's irrelevant, as I said. Why didn't they poll Muslims? I don't know. Maybe not like a significant enough population percentage. I don't know. Sympathy with the state doesn't mean sympathize. Dog, come on. In the Middle East conflict, do you side more with the Israelis or more with the Palestinians? That's the question. And the answers you can choose are strongly with the Israelis. I strongly side with the Israelis more, or I somewhat side with the Israelis more, or somewhat side with the Palestinians more, or strongly side with the Palestinians more. Like, that's very obvious. A very obvious question. Why I said the sample size seems so whack? Yeah. What is this? Is it possible some Jewish voters may not consider? No. That's not what's going on, I don't think. There's mad Jews in this fucking community. They don't vote atheist when at the census. They vote Jewish. I say I'm Muslim when asked. That's not how that works. No Jewish person is gonna be like, I'm an atheist. Senior Hamas official was interviewed by CNN. Holy shit. Oh, God.
Nearly 2 years after Hamas attacked Israel on October 7th.
I'm going to keep it a $1.50. This is my least favorite Hamas official, for the record. Like, obviously, there's internal discontent amongst... That sounds so funny when I say it. But I think out of all of the Hamas leadership roles, this guy is one of the worst. Straight up. I could do a tier list. The ones that Jeremy talks to are the best. I think was it Bassam is my bias for sure. The one who was like a chemist. Why? I mean, he's very smart. He's very intelligent. These are all the Politburo people, for the record. So I'm not, No, why do you dislike this one? Because he gets clipped out of context a lot, and he is that's why. Listen, I can't speak on Abu Obaida, okay? But anyway, this is the guy who... What up, Will?
7th, Gaza has paid a massive price. The devastation rivaled only by the suffering of its people. Israel has killed more than 65,000 Palestinians, according to the Palestinian Health Ministry. Hundreds of thousands are displaced and homeless. Israeli attacks are
This is the dude, I think he's in
Do you accept any responsibility for triggering so much death and destruction?
The history did not be...
Yeah, Ghazi Hamad. He's the one who went fucking viral after October 7 because he was trying to say, like, what Israel has done to us justifies a million October 7s, to talk about how fucking violent Israel's behavior has been pre-October 7. But then everyone, Memory TV, went with the fucking false framing on it, and then they blasted into oblivion to be like, oh my God, he wants to do a million October 7s. Yeah. Just make no mistake, when you got CNN interviewing a Hamas official, just remember, there's probably a reason for it, okay? Yo, is this dude Catholic, Ash Wednesday? No, he has that. I didn't know this as well, but that's a marker of being pious, okay? It's because he prays so much that his forehead is like, he has a forehead scar from praying.
Began on October 7. We spent 78 years under the occupation, under the humiliation, under oppression, under repression, under killing, under displacement. Now why a world just focus on October 7?
Ghazi Hamad is a senior Hamas official, sitting for his first U.S. TV interview in months.
But before October 7th, Israel had never unleashed this level of death and destruction on Gaza before. How can you look at me with a straight face and tell me that you accept no responsibility whatsoever for what has happened in the 2 years since?
What is the option is left for the Palestinians to do? First time the Palestinians have...
Dude, CNN is so shameless, bro. Come on, dog. Like, come on, man. This shit was funny when they were doing it, like a year ago, okay? Is crazy when like everyone in the international community has recognized that these dudes are experiencing a fucking genocide, and you're still like, I know Israel's doing a genocide, but why don't you actually fucking take responsibility over the genocide that Israel is doing to your people, to your family members, okay, to all of your loved ones? Why don't you recognize that? Why don't you take responsibility for the genocide that Israel is doing? Like, we used to joke, they'll ask Hamas to condemn Hamas. Like, they have. But it's crazy to do it right now still. CNN sits down with Hamas. Do you condemn Hamas? Lamau? I mean, I've joked about this before. They always do that. Ghazi is going to own this fucking dweeb, though. Thankfully, they picked the worst guy to try and rage bait. I mean, yeah, like I said, he's not my favorite. Okay. But I'm sure he'll do all right.
Sacrifice in this Israeli-Palestinian conflict.
What gives you the right to decide that Palestinian women and children should be sacrificed on the altar of your resistance?
No.
Who's killing them? Who's killing them? Who's killing them? You're still being like, yo, Israel wouldn't have done the genocide if it wasn't for you. Look at you. You went and did it. This is unironically the same shit that I guess at the time Western media would have pulled if they knew the extent of the Holocaust because of how much they have a tendency to just like defend power. Like this is like pulling a Jewish partisan and being like, don't you think your behavior is responsible for the death camps? Why won't you admit that you were engaging in moral degeneracy? Why won't you admit that you were trying to destroy the Western supremacist standards set by the good-natured Aryan folk? Don't you feel like you have a share of the blame here? Israel is not a tsunami, man. Israel is not an earthquake. It's not a fucking volcano. What do you mean sacrifice them at the altar of resistance? Like as though there is no way to stop it. You already know. What were you wearing, I say? Fucking nuts. God, it's just, please, man, please, just have one fucking guy, please. Like, just get an Arab dude, man. I'm sorry. I'm done with this shit, okay? No, don't get a fucking dude from the Tel Aviv office or the Jerusalem office to fucking interview this guy, okay? Get a Christian. Get a fucking get like a white lady, okay? Get what's the blonde woman's name? Clarissa Ward to do it. She'd do a better fucking job. I'm sorry, you spend way too much fucking time in Jerusalem, dude. Get the fuck out of here. God damn, dude. What is this? What is this? Like, this is supposed to be a fucking dialogue. You're over here being like, 20 fucking 3 months into a genocide, and you're like, well, don't you feel like you're responsible? Look what you made us do. Why? Why is it that the dude interviewing the Hamas guy has to be the fucking Jerusalem correspondent? Why? You don't got no fucking unbiased reporters? Yeah, I'm saying it, by the way. Unbiased. Okay? Unbiased. It goes both ways, motherfuckers. What is this shit? It's the same principle with the fucking New York Times, dude. They're like, they got hella dudes working at the editorial staff whose children are currently doing a fucking genocide, and that's not some kind of bias, right? Kids who are in the fucking IDF and their parents are at the New York Times, as though that's not going to somehow play a role in their opinion when they're covering it. Meanwhile, they stopped every fucking Arab from taking place in the Middle Eastern correspondence because they thought there might be sympathies. Sympathies like what? Recognizing the humanity of the slain population? Wow. How great. To be fair, anyone employed by CNN would have conducted the interview the same way. Yeah, but this motherfucker's dabbing on him. It's ridiculous. That's what's so frustrating about it. Yes, you're right that mainstream media is collectively going to be deep-throating Israel no matter what, as they always have. But holy fuck. You don't even get anything out of this conversation if you're just going to spend the entire time, you're like, don't you think Hamas is responsible for Israel's genocide? That is the question here. Israel's doing a genocide. Don't you think Hamas is responsible for Israel doing a genocide? What kind of fucking question is this?
All the time we are sacrificing, we are fighting.
But I am asking you about the civilian deaths in Gaza and what gives you the right to decide it's a price worth paying. That child can die. It's okay.
What gives Israel the right? What gives Israel the fucking right? Yes, I think Clarissa Ward would have been better than this fucking asshole. I'm going to be honest. What gives Israel the right? Who's killing them? It's not Hamas that's killing them. It's Israel killing them. What the fuck? Israel's starving them. The fuck do you mean? Is there ever a point where Israel does something and it's Israel's fault? Or is it always someone else? Like, I cannot believe it. Genocide is the crime of all crimes. The international community in unison have collectively come to the understanding that Israel is conducting a genocide, okay? You are in the minority at this point. Not only are you oblivious of the reality, you are deliberately obtuse. You are a genocide denier, okay? You are a genocide denier. You are a Nazi. You're getting Hasbro trolled us on. I'm sorry, it's fucking ridiculous. It is so ridiculous, dude. What the hell are we doing? Yeah, I know. He got his ass beat by fucking settlers. Remember when he did the West Bank coverage? It was this guy, Jeremy Diamond. That's what I said is the CNN Jerusalem correspondent. Jeremy Diamond, a journalist at CNN's Jerusalem bureau, posted a picture of his social media on Monday showing the aftermath of someone smashing the back window of his vehicle. When he was chilling in the West Bank, he certainly did not appreciate the way that Israeli society broadly was treating him. There's no accountability, said the father of the killed Palestinian American Kamal Musallet, who flew from the U.S. to bury his son. We demand the United States government do something about it. Jesus Christ. I didn't forget about that. I know. We've covered his coverage on this broadcast. It's just crazy.
Because it's in order to fulfill our resistance.
As Hamas, we are fighting for the interests of the people. We don't want our people to be killed. Don't put the problem on the shoulder of Hamas. No, I think
Again, sir, when I speak with Israeli officials, I press them about what they are doing in Gaza. When I'm speaking with Hamas officials, I press them for...
Okay, but Israel is the one killing the Palestinians. It's not Hamas. That makes no fucking sense. Like, he's literally saying, why do you want emancipation for your people when Israel will literally kill every single Palestinian as they are currently doing? How dare you? That's the question. Frame it appropriately. How ridiculous. Yeah, can you imagine CNN talking to any Ukrainian military official and being like, why do you keep allowing your children to be in the way of Russian rockets? Okay? And the civilian casualties in Ukraine are horrifying, but not even a magnitude similar to the civilian death count in Gaza, because one is a genocide, okay? This doesn't mean what Russia is doing is just. It, of course, is not. It is unimaginably unjust. It's incredibly cruel. It's incredibly violent. But there are differences here between a genocide and state violence. Both are unjust. Both are a crime. One is the crime of all crimes. This is why the genocide designation was very important, which is precisely why so many people didn't want to say it. 90% civilians, 90%. Unless you somehow magically believe that the IDF is also Hamas, this is directly in the hands of Israel.
Your responsibility. But some Palestinians have had enough. Our message to Hamas is stop gambling with us, this man says. You are disconnected from reality, especially since the Hamas leadership is outside of Gaza.
I want to send a message to Hamas. We talk to people, talk by people. Stop the or we are die here.
But Hamad doesn't seem interested in hearing those voices.
Ask those people what their take on Israel is, and you'll get a very different attitude. Of course they're fucking frustrated. Of course they're done. What the fuck do you mean? Hamas recognizes that as well. They literally have been like, we'll do whatever you want. We'll do a fucking Palestinian National Committee. We will no longer control the Gaza Strip. Israel goes, well, doesn't matter. We're going to kill another 10,000 Palestinian children. This is what's been going on over and over again. Okay? Those people are understandably frustrated with Hamas as well. Of course they are. Hamas is the governing party here. It makes total fucking sense. If all you have known is bloodshed for the past 2 fucking years and you're like, enough is enough, please do anything to put an end to it. If you think that Hamas is not doing that, I don't know what to fucking tell you. Look at the reality. Look at the objective reality. They don't have to be perfect, and they're certainly not, okay? How would Hamas end it? Nobody seems to know. Great question. If you ask Israel, it was release the hostages. Okay, they've been trying to do that since October 10, 2023. Israel's like, release the hostages and we'll end it, except we won't. Because every time you try to release the hostages, we say we're going to fucking kill you dead after we receive all the hostages. Israel's also killed numerous negotiators and tried to kill the rest of the negotiating party in fucking Doha. Like, that was a month ago. What are we talking about? Oh, these guys, they're just not serious about peace. Like, what the fuck do you mean? If you still maintain this level of smoke, I don't think it was Hamad, but I remember one of their senior leaders did say many civilians would die, but it was a price worth paying. Of course, they blame, I think it was him. Of course, they blame, the blame for killing them is on Israel, but I can understand why someone in Gaza would look at that and say, fuck those guys in Qatar, they're not here with us. Yes, This, of course, still betrays the way that people see Yahya Sinwar, who is more responsible for October 7th than any number of these people. And Yahya Sinwar died in Gaza fighting till his very last breath. So obviously, when these guys are saying, when Palestinians understandably are frustrated with the Hamas Politburo, who are not in Gaza, even though their families are, and their families have been fucking slaughtered by Israel as well, for the record, okay? These guys are not even the fucking responsible party for October 7th. It's the militant wing. And Israel has killed all of the military leaders of Hamas, almost all of them. Israel has also simultaneously killed the fucking principal negotiators like Ismail Haniyeh. But ultimately, understand that the person who's asking this question, right? The person who's asking this question knows better. He's not directly connected, or rather, he shouldn't be directly connected to the incidents that he is covering. As a journalist, if you're truly unbiased, you can't ask a question like that. This is not unbiased journalism that seeks to arrive at some sort of truth. This is pure propaganda. Yes, you can rewind Twitch streams in real time now.
I know. I have seen.
This is not it. There's more.
I have seen this video.
Sir,
Yes.
There is
yes.
more.
I know people are suffering. There are some people blame Hamas.
Why will you not listen to the voices of Palestinian people in Gaza?
Look. Yeah, I know. This is, but
only subscribers apparently can rewind. So there you go. Another beautiful reason to subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, baby. Or Twitch Turbo, I guess. That's right. Subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service and you can rewind. Do you accept any responsibility for the innocent Polish civilians who are dying because you started an uprising in the Warsaw Ghetto? Yeah. That's the question here. Okay? That's damn imaginable amounts of subscriptions. Throwing bagels at the wall. Let's go. It's rewind time, baby, for all of those who got gifted subs. Rewind for all.
Look, this is not the whole story.
These people who want Hamas to surrender, lay down its weapons, and leave the Gaza Strip.
I think no one asked Hamas to surrender. We will never surrender. These people under abnormal circumstances, we put him under target and killing and massacre. What do you expect for people to say?
Hamad is eager to tout.
Yeah, he's saying that, like, yeah, they're experiencing a genocide. Of course they want it to end no matter what. It's understandable. Also, yeah, he's not interviewing him. He's fucking debating him, which is so silly. Jesus Christ, dude. Ghazi Hamad is an interesting guy. He has a friendly back channel with Gershon Baskin, an Israeli peace activist.
What he calls the, quote, benefits of October 7th, in which Hamas killed nearly 1,200 people and kidnapped more than 250 others. He says it led to growing international support for the Palestinian cause.
What is the benefit of October 7 now? Now, when the award now, if you look to the General Assembly yesterday, when about 194 people opened their eyes and looked to the atrocity, to brutality of Israel, and all of them, they condemned Israel. We waited for this moment for 77 years. I think this is a golden moment for the world to change the history. I think that now the world is a change. The history is a change now.
In your view, 65,000 deaths is worth it in order to achieve what you've achieved?
Look, I know the price is so high. But I'm asking again, what is the option?
What
is the option left to the Palestinians? You know what? We waited for a peaceful process, for a peaceful means since 1993, since Oslo Agreement till now.
The prospects for peace seem as far away as ever. 2 weeks after Israel tried to kill Hamad and other senior Hamas officials not far from where we sat.
Yeah, dude, exactly. Why didn't you bring that up in the beginning, dude? Perhaps that is an important part of the consideration here. Like, think about that. Think about that. He's like, Israel tried to kill this man in fucking Doha while he was supposed to get together to sign off on a fucking another peace agreement that Israel was not going to follow through on. That's nuts. How can you literally still maintain this argument that Israel is invested in any semblance of peace when they are quite literally doing a genocide? And then you go, well, you know, you asked for it. You asked for it and you're getting it. You just genuinely don't think that Palestinians are fucking human beings. No matter what level of political prominence that Palestinian you're talking to has, you must not think that they're humans. You must not think that they're animals either, to be fair, because I feel like a lot of Americans care more about fucking, dogs they would see on the side of the street than they do about like the way they're talking about 65,000, which is an undercount by severe amounts, by magnitudes. Okay, it's 10x that number. I'm not saying Hamad is some great guy, but they would never interview an Israeli official like this. They have 100 times more blood on their hands than this guy could ever have. Exactly. And also, again, not even directly related to October 7, regardless. Like these are members of the Politburo. You can say, oh, they must have known, right? But the official consideration here is that this was conducted primarily by the military apparatus of Hamas, which is a separate entity. Also, Israel is so relentless. They could just as easily fucking bomb Jeremy and this guy while they're having this conversation, and then America would fucking apologize to Israel for the crime of interviewing a Hamas official. So I don't know why the fuck this guy's talking like this, as though he's also not imminently collateral damage. Like, he could be collateralized in a fucking heartbeat, okay? That's so crazy. Yeah, well, you were a human shield that Hamas was using you.
Process for a peaceful means since 1993, since Oslo Agreement, till now.
The prospects for peace seem as far away as ever. 2 weeks after Israel tried to kill Hamad and other senior Hamas officials not far from where we sat down.
I think it is a miracle because the rockets are very close to us. We are under target, and it was a brutal attack on us. So I think it was long and very strong message to us and even to Qatari that we are not interested in negotiation. We want to kill, we want to destroy, we want to assassinate. This is our own policy to handle the whole situation. Everything now is frozen.
Hamas's demands have also not shifted.
We insisted to go to the comprehensive deal, to retain all the hostages, either alive or dead. And we said frankly, we can return them in 24 hours. But Israel, they refused.
Well, they have conditions for ending the war. They want Hamas to be out of power, and they want Hamas to disarm. Are you willing to abandon power in Gaza and lay down your weapons?
Look, Hamas is part of the Palestinian fabric. You could not exclude Hamas. But as I said again and again, regarding the ruling of Gaza, we are ready to be out of the ruling of Gaza. We have no problem with this.
Yeah, exactly.
Over the course is a legitimate.
Exactly. They've said it. They said it so many fucking times. Israel is the one that said, no, 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 no. They literally said, we will no longer rule Gaza. Give it to a technocratic committee. Of course, as far as people who have sympathies towards Hamas, or Hamas basically is a catch-all term at this point in the way that Israel uses it and the way that many people use it as like any sort of militant resistance against Israeli occupation. Yeah, that's not going to go away. Of course, people are going to want to take up arms against Israel. But as far as disarming the Palestinian population, good fucking luck. Like, what do you mean? There's a fucking genocide going on, and your demand is that the genociding party get to seize all of the weapons of the people that are defending against the genocider party, killing all of their fucking neighbors and themselves. What a ridiculous expectation. I hate this shit.
Exclude Hamas. But as I said again and again, regarding the ruling of Gaza, we are ready to be out of the ruling of Gaza. We have no problem with this. The arm of Hamas is a legitimate and legal weapons which used all the time against occupation. It is not a terrorist weapon.
How does this war end? Because over the course of our conversation, I've seen very little that suggests any willingness on your part to compromise.
Because it's not a war, it's a genocide, and you refuse to acknowledge it. Something that virtually every single fucking international organ of justice has recognized. War is conducted between two parties, okay? State actors. One that has less power, one that has more power, sure. This is a captive population, an occupied population, an occupied belligerent power doing a genocide in an open-air prison. No one in, no one out without Israel's go-ahead. It is ridiculous.
I think it is easy. I think Mr. Trump and the world could ask the Netanyahu in order to stop the war, to stop the genocide in Gaza.
Do you have any confidence that he will do that?
I don't know. I think we tested them many times, but I think it is not easy to trust Mr. Trump or to trust the American administration. All the time they put the glasses of Israel. They adopt the Israel position.
This was a ridiculous interview. I don't want to call it an interview. Look at the title. Senior Hamas official defends high price of October 7th Palestinians saying attack created golden moment. Come on, man. What a shame. What a deep fucking shame. The difference between both, this is some fucking Nuremberg trial shit. What is this? Alex Jones and Nick Fuentes taken off YouTube hours after rejoining despite MAGA reinstatement hopes. Yeah, I saw. Rewind is available only on desktop for Turbo users and channel subscribers, but the streamers themselves have to enable the feature. Is it not enabled already? I think it is. It is. You just have to refresh it. Jasper Nathaniel says, so basically where we're at is that Netanyahu either has to defy Trump or risk engaging the settler bloc of the Knesset, which puts his governing coalition at risk. Going to be a hell of a showdown. In any case, the silent annexation grinds on with a vengeance. Another possible outcome is Netanyahu goes with one of the partial annexations I outlined in this article, and Trump basically says it doesn't count. What are words anyway? Also, it's official. James Comey has been indicted, ladies and gentlemen. Republican, lifelong Republican, Jim Comey, the former director of the FBI, has now been officially indicted. Let's take a look.
The president leans in for a hug. He thought he was his guy. Well, that turned out not to be the case. The president blames James Comey for the Russia investigation. He's never gotten over that. But this is the biggest example yet, and one of the most recent ones, probably not the last, of the retribution that President Trump campaigned on. And this is something that is really going to play out in an extraordinary way. The question is, though, this new U.S. attorney in the Eastern District of Virginia, she's been a prosecutor now, I think, for like 4 days.
Yeah.
So how does this all unfold? We do not know. But this could resurrect James.
It's so funny because they literally were like, we ride at dawn for Jim Comey. They literally were like, you have to do something. The former Virginia attorney was not able to find sufficient evidence for Letitia James to be prosecuted and indicted. So Trump fired him, put a new person in charge, told Pam Bondi to get with it and start punishing his enemies. And immediately, 4 days in, the federal prosecutor's like, all right, we got to indict the former director of the FBI, Jim Comey. Yeah. It looks like the federal prosecutor's own determination was that there was no probable cause to charge him. Prosecutor's memo to the new U.S. attorney found no probable cause to charge Jim Comey. Breaking at the top, however, former FBI Director James Comey has been indicted. Fascism, ladies and gentlemen, fascism. Never thought I would see the day where I would say that Jim Comey is unjustifiably being prosecuted by the madmen in this administration, but here we are. I fucking hate James Comey, and I can't believe that I'm saying this, but what an unacceptable thing that this administration is doing.
Who then worked on the Trump defense during the classified documents case. She was in the White House working on trying to figure out what was too woke for the Smithsonian, and then all of a sudden finds herself in this job. What happens now?
So the next step will be an in-court appearance by Jim Comey. It will be an arraignment, probably in front of the assigned district court judge. It's a fairly routine procedure. They will make sure that he has counsel. I'm sure he will have counsel of his own. He'll be advised of the charges. He'll enter a plea, presumably of not guilty. They'll set bail. He'll be released. There probably will be little or no bail. But Jake, I have to remark on this. I mean, the notion of Jim Comey, a guy who was the deputy U.S. Attorney General, the number 2 person in the Justice Department. He was the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York.
One of the funniest things about this process, by the way, is that if there is a singular figure that is perhaps most responsible in tilting the scales in Trump's direction in the 2016 election, it is motherfucking James Comey, a lifelong Republican who was the FBI director under Barack Hussein No Bummer. That James Comey and his second revelation for the second Hillary Clinton investigation literally might have single-handedly tilted the scales in Trump's direction in key states. Okay? No one is like singularly responsible, but if there is one person you could point to, it's fucking James Comey. Days before the election.
In the Trump administration is the open and brazen nature by which the president and his aides and appointees are calling for revenge against the president's perceived political enemies. We saw Brendan Carr, the FCC chairman, calling on local affiliates, ABC affiliates, to tell Disney, ABC, they were no longer going to air Jimmy Kimmel Live because they don't like the speaker, they don't like the speech. Then, like within days, President Trump openly firing a U.S. attorney who didn't bring these charges, bringing somebody in who has no prosecutorial experience, and openly telling his attorney general, I want these three political enemies indicted. I'm paraphrasing, but they are all guilty as hell is not a paraphrase. He did say that.
So first of all, I promise you Justice Department prosecutors will hate and regret the fact that Donald Trump sent out those True Socials, because those statements by the president will absolutely be used by Jim Comey's defense team to argue for dismissal on the basis of selective prosecution. That is a defense. It is recognized. It's really hard to prove because you have to prove that you were singled out for political purposes. People don't usually put their intentions in writing the way that Donald Trump has done. So that will be a motion.
My mom got my mom to watch some of your stuff, and she really liked it. Then she saw your Rapture post about Barbara with her pussy out, and she stopped watching. What? Is she afraid of the truth? That the Rapture is actually imminent? And Barbara's and the Debras are going to have their Debrussies out when they're flying into the air getting harponzo beamed? It's true.
James, they're all guilty as hell. Now, we don't know if charges for Schiff and Letitia James are coming. But sources told CNN today the charges could be coming soon for another Trump opponent, former National Security Advisor John Bolton. Anyway, go back to what your second point you were about to make. I just want to remind folks of this uncharted waters in which we find ourselves.
Well, that's exactly where I was going, Jake. I mean, I think it's worth reflecting. The Justice Department and the Trump administration have crossed a line here. They have done something that we've never seen before, which is an explicit order from a president, and you just showed the True Social, to his attorney general, to his Justice Department, to go after, to criminally charge these people who I consider to be my political enemies. And it's not just words. As you said, it was accompanied by action, the dismissal of Eric Siebert, a conservative career prosecutor who Donald Trump put in that place in the first place back in early 2025, and the replacement of him with Lindsey Halligan, unqualified political loyalist. So this is a dark moment for DOJ. Look, we have to wait and see how this indictment looks before we pass judgment on it, but there are a lot of indicators here that raise real cause for concern.
All right, Ellie Honig, Jeff Zeleny, Caitlin Polance, thanks to all of you. Much more on the breaking news next with Aaron Burnett out front, which starts right now. I'll see you tomorrow.
How does anyone feel comfortable working for Trump? One mistake and you're next Comey? Yeah, that's the point. That's the reason why they're fucking doing this. So that if you're not loyal, even though it's very unlikely that you will ever be disloyal, then you have something to look forward to, which is prison.
Judiciary Committee, Laura. And that date is very specific because this coming Tuesday is 5 years to the day after that testimony, and a statute of limitations for lying to Congress or lying to a federal official is exactly 5 years. So they got this in right under the deadline as we wait to look at this paperwork when it's out, and it could be out very soon. Laura.
David, thank you very much. Here to discuss,
Sure.
James Fitzgerald, former FBI criminal profiler, James Gagliano, retired FBI supervisory special agent. Gentlemen, we're waiting to get the terms of this indictment specifically, but many of us expected this was coming. Perjury is not easy to prove. We also have information tonight that line prosecutors in the Eastern District of Virginia had written a declination memo, in other words, to the U.S. attorney stating they could not find probable cause to indict Comey. Nevertheless, the U.S. attorney, apparently with her own factual undertaking, decided to go ahead with this indictment, as we just heard, right within the 5-year statute of limitations on these particular statements made in this testimony. James, let's start with you. You've been involved in a lot of these cases. What do you see so far?
Well, Laura, I've never been involved in the indictment.
I'm showing you guys Fox News so you know the real truth, okay? That the real Americans are discussing. Time for some real facts about why James Comey is actually totally indictable, and it was the best indictment that has ever come down. The biggest criminal of all time. What is the crime? Hurting Trump's feelings by not following along with whatever agenda item he had at that moment. Do you understand how big of a crime that is? Perhaps the biggest crime of all time.
2016 campaign with the whole declination of Hillary Clinton's actions with her computer, and the way he just addressed the public and others, you could tell there was this manipulation going on his part. He really knows how to work the media, as someone said earlier, and knows what to do and get people
Clinton,
for him.
Though. That was good for Trump.
Whether they're going to be subpoenaed and they're going to be brought before, a jury, and they have to testify whether they're granted some kind of immunity.
They literally hang you for shit you did for the boss. Okay. They don't give a fuck. Even the good things that you did for Trump, they use as a bad thing.
Have you ever been an anonymous source in news reports about matters relating to the Trump investigation or the Clinton investigation? You responded under oath, quote, never. He then asked you, quote, have you ever authorized someone else at the FBI to be an anonymous source in news reports about the Trump investigation or the Clinton administration? You responded again under oath, no. Now, as you know, Mr. McCabe, who works for you, has publicly and repeatedly stated that he leaked information to the Wall Street Journal. Who's telling the truth?
I can only speak to my testimony. I stand by what the testimony you summarized that I gave. I'm not going to characterize Andy's testimony, but mine is the same today.
James Gagliano, what do you make of this? The posture of this case, again, the indictment itself has not been released. This narrative that the Democrats are clinging to, that this is the weaponization, rich coming from them, by the way, this is the weaponization, Trump's weaponization of the Justice Department against his political enemy. How do you see it?
Well, Laura, I don't think anybody's doing cartwheels in the FBI or in the retired FBI ranks. Obviously, this is a stain. Now, look, the FBI's been around for 117 years. James Comey was FBI director for 3 years and 247 days. He was fired May 9th, 2017 for cause. He serves at the pleasure of the president, and I'm sorry, many of the things that James Comey did were wrong. There are 4 IG reports, and Laura, I'm wonky enough to have read every word of those 4 reports, and they were scathing. Maybe he didn't get indicted out of that, but as you pointed out, no one's above the law. And Laura, I'll leave you with this. There's a number of people that look at James Comey as...
Wait, why is he indicted? I still don't know. What is it? Just like vibes? What is the reason? Do we know why he got indicted?
Latest now on President Trump's retribution.
After Trump demanded his DOJ move now to prosecute enemies. What is it? The charges... Former FBI Director James Comey has been indicted on 2 to 3 counts sought by prosecutors, 1 count for making false statements and 1 count of obstruction of justice. Oh my God. That's so bad, dude. They got nothing on the boy. They got nothing on him. That's like when a cop comes up to you and fucking annoys you and then says like, I'm gonna arrest you for obstruction of justice. Like that's it. That's it. That's fucking vibes, dude. That is the most vibes-based indictment of all time. They go, stop resisting. You're like, I'm not resisting. And then they're like, you're getting charged with obstruction of justice. Oh my Lord, how silly this is. God, what a joke of a fucking country we live in.
Justice must be done, lest no one have faith in the FBI going forward. If nothing comes of everything that we know happens.
Yeah.
Then what?
This is why we won't have faith in the FBI, not because Kash Patel is the current director. And he's tweeting every investigation before they make any fucking serious attempts at an arrest.
The Women's March in January of that year, right after Trump was inaugurated, or right around that time. I'll never forget Mrs. Comey and 2 of her daughters were interviewed by chance by CNN, directly identifying themselves who they were. Now, they have every right to do that, First Amendment, all that. But you really think the wife and daughters of the FBI would stay away from making controversial statements about the upcoming Trump administration? But we knew that was just one adjacent part of what their husband/father was doing. It was also crossfire hurricane going on inside the FBI, and we all know where that went, winding up with him possibly committing perjury in front of Congress.
Now, this was a long, winding setup of a duly elected president of the United States, and it was a travesty. And justice must be done. Panel, thank you very much. I want to bring in Brett Tolman, former U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Utah. Brett, we're just getting all these details now, and frankly, they're scant. We expect this indictment to be released at any moment. Your thoughts on where this case might go? And again, we know the backstory here, that the Democrats are going to claim, oh, well, it's just an indictment. They were never saying that when they indicted Trump, right? But now they're out saying, oh, it's just an indictment. It doesn't mean anything. Well, of course, you're presumed innocent. But nevertheless, former FBI director looks like...
Nevertheless, it's not going to stop us from claiming he's guilty of the epic crime of obstruction of justice and perjury.
The grand jury's role, and we should give confidence to it. And
I thought they would have had something else, like, I don't know, like something that's like pertinent to any of the things that Trump seemingly cares about. You know what I mean? What a silly fucking thing. After I went on Newsom's pod, that's crazy.
Who, as Evan was just laying out, is the one who brought these charges, says the charges as alleged in this case represent a breach of the public trust at an extraordinary level. They are noting, as you heard Evan just reporting, that if convicted, Comey faces up to 5 years in prison. Elena Trina is at the White House. And Elena, this is clearly, it could not be more clear. This is something Trump has said again and again and again that he wants, as recently as this weekend in his post when he talked about bringing charges against several individuals, including Jim Comey, Adam Shifty Schiff, and Letitia James. What are you learning about the Comey charges here?
Yeah, look, this is something we know that the president has been wanting, and he hasn't just been urging this. This isn't just, reporting that we have, which we do, which is that he has been pressuring and urging the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, to bring these charges against Comey. He said it publicly in that post over the weekend. But one thing that I think is important to make clear, and the context around this, we know that behind closed doors, and I know this, Aaron, from my conversations with White House officials, that the president has often lamented that his Justice Department hasn't been bringing charges against senior government officials or really political opponents that he views. He argues behind closed doors to them that charges were brought against him, indictments were brought against him when he was out of office, and that they deserve to have charges brought against them too. And I will point you to someone. I just caught up with a White House official. They are so far waiting to see what the president says on Truth Social, but they did point me to some of what the president said today when he was in the Oval Office with the Turkish President Erdogan. He essentially said, I can only say that Comey is a bad person. He's a sick person. He did terrible things. This is the mindset of the president. He has long viewed Comey as kind of an enemy of his, really. And this is something he has been wanting now for several months since taking office. And you heard Evan talk a lot about...
Dude, he has the funniest grievances. Like, it's so stupid. It's like going after Jimmy Kimmel, going after like Jim Comey. It's so obvious that his like boomer coded resentments from the last time his brain was able to like create new memories have stuck with him. And now, like a petty tyrant, like a petulant little child, he's just going after these people. And there's nothing, virtually nothing for him to go after these people over. So he just keeps going, do something. And then all the fucking loyal dumbasses that he's surrounded himself with, these fucking sycophants, are like, yes, my lord, we will do your bidding. And then, because there's at least like a crumb of institutional legitimacy left in this goddamn country, it just gets eviscerated. And then there's massive public pushback. And then there's even more resentment. This is the first time there has been a dent in Trump's approval for quite a while. It was because of the fucking Kirk stuff, the Charlie Kirk killing, and then the subsequent ways in which Donald Trump refused to lower the temperature and consistently kept saying, like, radical leftists need to be prosecuted, and then went after Jimmy Kimmel and shit. It took another dent out of his base. And it's not like he has people to lose right now. He already was underwater. And he's not giving anything to his base beyond like these petty culture war grievances that he has. Oh, it's so crazy. He's going to indict the escalator if he remembers it.
Not because Comey's perfect by any means, but
What we have here is a clear vindictive prosecution, a clear selective prosecution. We have a president, for the first time in history, ordering his attorney general to indict his enemies. And the attorney general, instead of being the independent force that she's supposed to be, saying, yes, sir, how fast can I get that done for you? I think if she's concerned about justice for people who have misled the country, reflection on her confirmation
no one is above the law
is probably in order, because she talked about even-handed justice, and this is not that. I think that the case is subject to motions to dismiss for vindictive prosecution and selective prosecution. I think, likewise, it's a very weak case, at least based on what we publicly know.
I'm just lip posting. I don't even give a shit
About this case.
Yeah.
Because of the Justice Department internal Inspector General's investigation, where he found the person that Comey allegedly authorized to leak the information not credible, and found that Comey was credible. So I think this is a very problematic case for the government to bring, but I think the way in which they brought it is problematic for the entire country. And this is either the end of the rule of law in America, or it's a tipping point against the authoritarian activity that we have seen from this president and his attorney general.
In what way would it be a tipping point in that direction, Ty? I mean, I'm just looking at the situation. If you take a step
dude, if he indicts Hillary Clinton, it's going to kill me. I will perish. If I have to sit here and defend Hillary Rodham Clinton, I don't know if I can do it. I think I might just give up on political commentary. Like, at least for the week or something. You know what I mean? Because I don't have that dog in me, man. I can't get those words to come out of my mouth, you know? It's tough. It's tough. Like, Jimmy Kimmel, first he came for Jimmy Kimmel. I said something, even though I don't like Jimmy Kimmel. Then he came for Jim Comey, and I said something, even though I don't like Jim Comey either. But if he comes for Hillary Rodham Clinton, I don't know if I'll be able to say something. I don't know if I have it in me. It's just, that's too much. That's too much expectation. I'm only one guy. I'm a human being after all. It's quite difficult for me. That's like John Bolton. You know what I mean? He fucking indicts John Bolton. I'm there. Okay. He goes after John Bolton. I'm gonna be like, okay, well, oops. Didn't he already do that actually? Yeah, that's a given. That's your own thing. You know, that's like prosecuting a Republican, because he is. They raided him. That's right. The feds did a sweep, and I took a let them fight approach, and that's fine. You know, you can do that.
That Comey knew about a leak. And Comey had said that he did not know about the leak prior to the leak. He has stuck with this all the way. This has been inspected. But let me just play the exchange with Ted Cruz that may be at the heart of this. But this is the question of what Comey knew about the leak and what he authorized about the leak. Here it is.
On May 3rd, 2017, in this committee, Chairman Grassley asked you point blank, quote, have you ever been an anonymous source in news reports about matters relating to the Trump investigation or the Clinton investigation? You responded under oath, quote, never. He then asked you, quote, have you ever authorized someone else at the FBI to be an anonymous source in news reports about the Trump investigation or the Clinton administration? You responded again under oath, no. Now, as you know, Mr. McCabe, who works for you, has publicly and repeatedly stated that he leaked information to the Wall Street Journal and that you were directly aware of it and that you directly authorized it. Now, what Mr. McCabe is saying and what you testified to this committee cannot both be true. One or the other is false. Who's telling the truth?
I can only speak to my testimony. I stand by what the testimony you summarized that I gave in May of 2017.
Ty, that's very much at the heart of this. I want to emphasize he stood by it. And as you say, there was an investigation into that, which did not conclude wrongdoing on the part of the former FBI director, Comey. In that context, when you look at the fact that there was an investigation,
I'm
that
gonna
it
get
reached that
fucking
conclusion,
deported,
and
man.
now we have charges.
They're gonna denaturalize my ass, dude. Now this ratio is far too significant for Laura Loomer not to do something about it. I really shouldn't have fucking tapped the glass, dude. I don't know. I'm so cooked. 4.7K likes to 129K likes. I'm so cooked. Honestly, the purge mask is more. Ah! Why are you showing me more Laura Loomer photos?
Damn, this guy's good.